As soon as I turn on. I'm going to turn this over and try it now. I'm going to turn this over to Doug Schwinn.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
We good? All right. Well, good evening. I'm going to be covering the basics of our 2020. I believe so. You're not hearing me through there? I hear. How about now? Now you can hear me? Okay. All right. First of all, I'm going to go over some basic budget facts. And then the second part, I'll go over the notice of hearing, which the board will need to approve this evening, and it'll be published in this week's Miami County Republic. Fun fact number one, we just celebrated 11 years with RevTrack, which we use for online payments. And you'll see that finally we had a year where it kind of topped off, but we're still doing over $1 million annually online for an 11-year total of about 8.3 million, which is pretty incredible. Fun fact number two, we'll show you a history of the base state aid per pupil, which is our main funding source for our budget. And you'll see we had some good years clear back in 2005 to about 2009. And then the recession hit and it bottomed out. And thankfully we have a school finance formula now that we're seeing that base state aid go back up. So this year it's going to be 45, and my number's covered up, 4569. Fun fact number three, bonds passed prior to 7/1/15 receive 45% state aid, but everything passed after 7/1/15 only gets 13%. I'm not going to ask everybody to answer, but the question is, how much money do we lose because they're not both funded at 45%? And the answer is D, $2.1 million. It is important to mention this past year, Dr. Burke and I tried hard to convince our legislators to try to do something about that. And there was legislation that was being floated around, but ultimately it did fail. Fun fact number four, for many years, we got money when we opened new facilities. And for each student, you basically got 25% more. And so unfortunately, for some time now, this has been out of the formula, but any guesses on what the answer might be? And it is C, $381,000. And that's based on the number of students currently attending or projected to attend Woodland Spring Middle School. Fun fact number five. For many years, the finance formula, you got funded based on the number of kids on count date, which is typically September 20th. When the new finance formula came out a couple years ago, that was changed, and now we have to wait a year until we get funded for our students, at least for our growth. And so this year, we anticipate growing approximately 200 students, and the leg is costing the district right at D, $913,000. Question? still can't hear you.
How about now?
There.
So it's just a clarifying question. So we will have 200 additional students for this school year, and yet we won't receive state funding for them until next year. So we're operating on last year's student count, even though it's 200 students less.
Correct.
Okay. And that's $913,000.
Yes.
Okay.
We still have to hire the teachers to accommodate the growth, but yet we don't get funding for them until next year.
Okay. Thank you.
It is probably one of the biggest penalties for a rapidly growing district like ourselves. Fun fact number 6, if you add all the lost money I just talked about, how many mills did we lose in state aid for the current budget year? And the answer is D, 11 mills. It's important to note that 1 mill, based on our current assessed valuation, generates about $307,000. So you're talking 3.5 million is what we've lost in state aid for just this year. A quick walk down memory lane. For those of you who might have been in school back in the late 80s or early 90s, you'll see assessed valuation for the entire district range from 11 to 25 million. Fun fact number 7. What was the total growth in assessed valuation from last year to this year? And the answer is D, 26.5 million. So it's more than twice what the total assessed valuation was back in 1988. It's just a fabulous number.
So just the growth was twice what our assessed valuation was. Okay.
Yes.
Staggering number.
Staggering. And you'll see this chart where I'm tracking it from 05-06 to this year. You can see it went from just below 100,000 all the way up to over 300,000. So we've seen it grow quite rapidly the last 5-6 years.
100,000 or 100 million?
I'm sorry, millions.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's 303 billion.
Sorry. Yep, 303 million. This will give you a snapshot of what happens to state aid as you grow in evaluation and grow in enrollment. And if your assessed valuation grows faster than your enrollment, then your state aid is going to go down. Now, I will say, based on the numbers at the bottom, it looks like there's a chance our state aid might actually go up a little bit next year. But for the current budget year, you'll see that we lost 5% on our bonds prior to 7/1/15, and we lost 6% on bonds passed after 7/1/2015. And there was a slight decline in the state aid on LOB. Overall, the total mill levy is decreasing by 0.147 mils compared to last year. And to look at the individual levied funds, LOB is going up by 2.3 mils, which we definitely want to levy as much as we can in that fund because the state aid is the highest out of any other levy funds. And with the 2.3 more mils, we're generating about a 800,000 more in operating cash. Extraordinary growth, we're increasing that levy by 2.2 mils, which has given us about 600,000 more in operating cash. And last but not least, bond and interest mill levy is decreasing by about 4.6 mils. But even though it's going down, we've got a healthy cash balance and we can meet future payment obligations without putting ourselves in a bind.
So Doug, all those, go back to that slide. All
Yes.
those, all the bullets below the top item rolled into that top statement, correct?
Correct. The bottom three numbers were just kind of rounded off. The top number is an exact number.
So Doug, just a quick question. What allows us, or allows the district to lower the mill levy even though we have 200 students this year that we will not receive state aid for? How can we do that? What's in place that allows us, the district, to do that?
That is a great question. Our budget for this year is going up because of the growth we got last year. So general fund, LOB, the can't remember the exact number at this time, 151 kids we grew last year is increasing our budget for this year. And then you look at the increase in the LOB and extraordinary growth has given us another 1.4 million. Add that all together and we should be in good shape for operating cash for this budget year.
Plus, it also helps that our valuation went up as well, correct?
Yes, correct, absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to point out is we have a lot of legislators talking about cash balance and how they want to wipe out cash balances all the time, that we shouldn't have them. This is the reason we have them, is so that we can adjust how we see fit to make sure that we have the cash on hand to pay our teachers, pay our staff for the year.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
It's not muted though.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me.
Mhm.
What was the percent of the assessed valuation increase?
It was just under 10%.
Okay.
Which we had double digits for 3 years in a row. And I think this year it came in at 9.6. And it would have been over 10, but we had a tax abatement on a property that cost us 3.3 million in assessed value. So good question. Anything else before I switch to the notice of hearing?
How about now?
Gotcha.
Was it 2 years ago we made a change to the debt? The mill levy for the debt funding?
We did refinance bonds. It was back in March of this year. And we saved some, I forget the exact number. It was over 2 million, I believe, in interest payments, which also allows us to control that bond and interest mill levy and allow us to lower it, but still meet future obligations. So anytime we refinance and save interest for the district, that helps this fund. Yep. Try that again. Still muted.
It wasn't the refinance that I was thinking of, but she answered my question.
Okay. All right, I'm going to try to switch over to the notice of hearing. Yeah, I need to make that bigger. We'll just leave it there. Okay. You'll see the notice of hearing is a snapshot of the last two years of actual numbers and then the proposed budget for this year. And the very first levied fund at the top on line 6 is our general fund. And that is set at 20 mils by state statute, and that's not negotiable. Right below that, though, is the LOB fund. You'll see that 2 years ago it was a little over 8. Last year went to 9. And this year it's going to 11.3. If you drop down a little further, you're going to see capital outlay. You'll see in 18-19, it was just under 8 because the final assessed valuation came in different from when we published our budget. Sometimes that happens and the mill levy changes just a little bit in October. This is just estimates based on current assessed valuation. But you'll see capital outlay, we plan on levying 8 mills again this year. And then if you go down a little further, you'll see our extraordinary growth fund. We levied 7.5 mills 2 years ago, 7.6 last year, and 9.8 this year. And again, the strategy is to try to get as much operating cash as possible with all the uncertainty this year. We still don't know what kind of grants we can expense or expect that might be related to COVID. And so we want to make sure we don't sell ourselves short and run too tight. Down a little further, you'll see bond and interest was just at about 20 mils 2 years ago, went up to 23.3 last year. And this year we are allowing it to drop a little bit. And then overall, you'll see it was 63.2 2 years ago. And that number was actually part of a 12-year streak that we lowered the overall mill levy. We knew back in 2018 when we passed the bond issue for $72 million that it was going to require a mill levy increase. And we told the voters at that time it wouldn't exceed 4.75 mils and that we would immediately start decreasing the mill levy after that. And you'll see it did go up as anticipated. And this year we're back trying to start a new streak. A little further down, you'll see that the rec commission is part of our part of the levies that we levy on their behalf. It's just money that flows through us. That is intentional because our assessed valuation is much greater than the city of Spring Hill. So for them to levy 1 mil with the district's assessed valuation, it'll generate more dollars than if it was 1 mil for the city's assessed valuation. And that's been that way for many, many years. So with that, I will be happy to entertain any more questions you might have about the mill levy or the budget as a whole. This is scheduled to go in the paper on Wednesday because we're required to have a 10-day gap between when it's published and the actual hearing. The hearing will be in 2 weeks on the 24th, which it'll be open to public comment. And I'll do a little bit of recap of the budget numbers then. I'll have my new budget book that I put together. It'll be available for the public and the board. And it's about a 200-page document that has tons of history, details as far as how we're going to spend the dollars. I've already begun uploading some of the new budget information to our website. So if you go there, about 2/3 of it's already been updated with 2020-21 numbers. And hopefully by Wednesday, when it goes to the paper, I'm hoping to have all the numbers in case there's any questions by the public in advance. Any other questions this evening?
No, just to say thank you, Doug, again, publicly. I know I already said thank you, but I feel like we're in great hands with you, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Thanks. I will say the other Johnson County school districts, I was able to see what their mill levies are doing. Everybody's going down except for Shawnee Mission. Shawnee Mission's just going up a little bit this year, but their mill levies down in the 50s and have been for several years because they have over $1 billion worth of assessed valuation. So one mill for them generates far more than it does for us.
Any questions for Doug? Well done, Doug.
Thank you. Am I ready to stop share? Got it.
Yeah, we'll take about an 8-minute break and start our regularly scheduled meeting at 7 p.m. And take our seats. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming into this board meeting this evening. Thank everyone in the audience and thank the board members for being here, participating either remotely or in the high school commons area. First item on our agenda is roll call. I'll give Candy a minute to get fully logged in. As they work through that technical difficulty, I'll walk through the roll. When I call your name, please say yes and identify your location. Mrs. Sealing,
Yes, Spring Hill High School.
Mr. Wimble,
Yes, Spring Hill High School.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes, Spring Hill High School.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes, Spring Hill High School.
Mr. Anderson,
Spring Hill High School.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes, I'm here joining by Zoom.
Thank you. All 7 board members are present. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. I would like to point out that there were 2 additional action items added late today. One is an action item for reopening plan with Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria for academics, and the second is reopening plan with Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria for activities. Any discussion about adding those action items? For or against?
I'm
Mr.
on.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda.
Second.
It's moved and seconded for approval of the agenda. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on, it's recognitions. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, I think we're going to start with Brad Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. We had last week New Teacher Academy, where we invited all of our new teachers. We also had new employee orientation day. And I really wanted to especially thank Michelle Hackney, who organized a large part of that with other people and coordinated it, and made it a phenomenal New Teacher Academy, best we've had. Also with new employee orientation, Nancy Miller did benefits, recognize her, did a phenomenal job of making sure she had already done it with the new teachers, but also made sure our new employees got their benefits chosen and understand them. Also, Brooke Allred, working with Michelle Hackney, really, besides just the new employee and new teacher academy, also helped significantly with the sub-orientation. And then last, I'd like to thank Sharon Mitchell and Joanne Whitman, who both provided lunches for our new teachers and really supported them during the noon hour. Thank you.
Yeah, I have somebody. Well, that sounds so loud. We have a couple of gentlemen in the back. If you guys could come back up here, we'd like to introduce you. Many of you know that we have our SRO, which is Deputy Petchnik, and we've been very pleased with his performance for years. Got a great relationship with kids. But as we've grown and added more schools, we came to you and asked for a second SRO. And so tonight we're introducing you to Deputy Trevor Ramos. And so Deputy, you want to say hi, and people may have some questions for you.
All right. My name is Trevor Ramos. I worked with the Sheriff's Office for 6 years, and this is my first time being an SRO. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Well, welcome. We're really glad you're here, and I know that lots of parents are going to feel more comfortable with both of you. Deputy P's done a great job. Thank you. And thanks to Sheriff Hayden for helping make this happen too. Thank you.
I know that I have talked to briefly with Deputy Ramos and with Deputy Petchnik, and they will start out some kind of plan so that we have the whole district covered. And we're probably not going to announce that too much to the public, just for their own safety. But we would definitely have more coverage now than we've had in the past. So welcome, and we're excited to have you here.
Where are you going to start? Elementary, middle, high school? That's me. Well, so what's your preference to start working at? In the elementary, middle school, high school?
So we'll have 3 offices. We'll work in the high school here, where Patrick's office is, and then we're setting up offices in the 2 middle schools. We'll just rotate around.
Okay. Any other questions for Deputy Ramos?
I just wanted to say welcome and thank you. And I hope your job's exciting in a good way.
We all do.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Unless there's another director has a recognition, we'll turn it back to you.
Very good, thank you. Next item on our agenda is business with individuals. We do have several cards. I'll review them or call people up in the order that they were received. So they all have a time stamp on them. I won't repeat this every time, so if you have a card up here, please, if I could have your attention, listen to me carefully, because we welcome everyone's comments, but we don't usually provide a response or a solution or resolution to the topic or comment that you've brought up. So if there's not a response and there's not a resolution or solution immediately, know that that's part of our process. The second thing is according to our district policy, we will not hear any complaints concerning employees or groups of employees of the district. Any person connected with the school, we won't hear complaints or issues. That's all handled in executive session. And all personnel matters really need to work through the process. So initially they're referred to our administration, and then the administration reports to the board. So just know that we may not respond, and we do put a 5-minute limit on your comments. So the first, any questions on that? I just want to make sure we're clear on that. And I don't know who has cards up here, but. So the first virtual public participation card was received virtually from Jonathan Chitwood.
Hey folks, John Chitwood, 2 kids in high school. I'll take a step back, is that better? Now we can hear, okay. 2 kids in high school. I really want to recognize the impossible task that's been asked to reinvent the education system. I know that's hard. I'm not up here to complain or gripe. I just want to recognize that better? I'm still going to stand back here. All right. And so I guess my comment is that more information would be better. You know, it's been kind of slow and tough going, and it's hard to plan, and it's hard to know what's going on, and hard to figure out how to support our kids. So I guess my real ask is more information, just kind of as fast as you can get it to us. And I know it's hard. And so I've tried to tone down sending the emails.
Would you guys make sure all your mics are muted, please?
I feel like I should be calling a penalty on the 20-yard line for, you know, chop block. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, that's kind of my feedback to the board, to the district. I know we've all probably been inundating you with questions, and we appreciate your responses. And we know it's tough, but you know, if we could get a better look at what this is going to look like, it would make us all feel a whole lot better, especially considering I think we just crossed the next threshold. So thanks. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, John. And I would just, one comment on that I would say that all information is available on the USD230 website. I'll reiterate that is our single source of the truth. That's where all questions need to be received and the district's official response be reviewed. It's absolutely critical that we maintain that function, and that we maintain things very effectively. I know any questions that come in, our Director of Communications immediately goes to whoever needs to provide input to those questions, and provides a response just as soon as she possibly can, which is typically within the next business day or so. It depends on the context of the question. But that USD230 website is the official information source for all of the reopening plan for any kind of district activities. Thank you. Next participation card is Joanne Whitman.
So at the last board meeting, I explained to you how important it was for me to be transparent with you about which Joanne Whitman you are hearing from. Last time you heard Joanne Whitman, the SHEA president, speak on behalf of the teachers. Tonight it's just me. But I come to you as a 32-year veteran teacher who loves her students and cares deeply for this district, its staff, and its stakeholders, but must also balance all that with the fact that my immediate family means everything to me and may be placed at risk no matter what decision is made here tonight. In a way, what I'm about to say goes against the very best interests and practices of my own choral program, which I've spent 20 plus years of my life building, nurturing, growing, and maintaining. That in and of itself should stand as a testament that I believe my words tonight represent what I truly believe to be for the greater good. I apologize in advance if what I say is in any way offensive to any of the teachers that I represent, but it's time for me to speak my truth. At the last Board of Education meeting, the decision to go against Governor Kelly's suggestion to delay the start of school until after Labor Day was driven, it appeared, largely by a desire to seek and follow the guidance of the Johnson County Health Department. The compromise Schedule B was embraced by all of our teachers, largely because of the extra time needed to prepare for COVID protocols, and a huge concern that Calendar C would be very taxing on the emotional health of certified and classified staff alike, representing a 5-month dash to the finish line without a spring break to renew our spirits. Unfortunately, we did not have the Johnson County gating criteria and reopening guidelines at the time of the vote, as they were released the next day. In hindsight, it is difficult to ascertain if that would have made a significant difference in the vote, or in the opinions of the teachers, or in an additional option coming to light. But whatever the decision would have been, it would have been more informed by knowing where the Johnson County Health Department stood on the issues we were only guessing about the night before. We now have their guidance. It's not pretty. It means that even more hard work and sacrifice for everyone involved, but it is what our local physicians and scientists have determined to be our best way forward at this time. My colleagues in other Johnson County school districts have told me of district administrators and school boards who do not like every aspect of the reopening guidelines and are campaigning to pick and choose which guidelines their districts will follow. It brings to mind a hand-knitted sweater, woven beautifully by a logical set pattern, using the skills of an accomplished craftsman. If one was to take a pair of scissors and clip just 1 or 2 threads of yarn from the garment, it wouldn't be too long before the whole sweater would begin to unravel and become unwearable. Apply that analogy to the reopening guidelines that the Johnson County Health Department has provided to us. Throw just 1 or 2 out, and the whole plan for safety is compromised. I'm here tonight to urge you as a board not to follow the example of some of our neighboring districts, and to trust the physicians and scientists that have no other agenda but to keep our students, staff, and community safer. The vote at the last meeting to bring our kiddos back early illustrates that we are not other districts in Johnson County. We are Spring Hill, and our small town values mean that we look out for each other, and we do not make decisions to be popular or to save face. We do what is right for the students and our staff. One might not like the fact that all of our students across the district will not be attending classes at the same time, or that choir is designated as a high-risk activity, and it is suggested that our students not sing all together until we're in the green, or that high-risk sports must be curtailed. But these guidelines were not arbitrarily presented or fabricated to prove a point or make a pretty colored document. There was much thought and reason, guided by science, behind these guidelines. We need to be mindful and heed their suggestions, just as we expect our stakeholders to trust and heed the suggestions that we as educators make about student learning. We are an educational institution. You, our Board of Education, and our administrators demand of us, and rightly so, that we make data-driven decisions every day when it comes to the learning and academic success of our students. We should do no less when it comes to their safety and the safety of the USD230 employees who come to work every day because we love them and want what's best for them. Please follow the Johnson County gating criteria and reopening guidelines in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Next card I received for public participation is Marcus Howell.
First, I want to say thank you for all the hard work that everybody's been doing. I would have to say that the information that I have received has been wonderful. We've been able to follow the information. I think the school district has actually done a very good job with being transparent and showing exactly what's going on. There's been members that I've had many conversations with that have been very helpful in our family in making decisions. The reason why I'm here tonight is I want to just get right to the point. I want to encourage the board to not follow the Johnson County gating criteria. Reason being is I guess personal for our family. We spend a lot of time weighing our options. We are a family that has decided to send our kids to the building based on survey results that was published by the school district. We feel that there's a lot of us that feel the same way. The problem that we're having currently with the Johnson County gating criteria is in many aspects flawed, I believe. The data that they're pulling from, I believe, is not an accurate cross-section of what our community is seeing. The testing is done of people who are symptomatic based on testing results and testing availability. Obviously, testing the entire community is very difficult. So I feel that we're trying to make decisions based on a very small amount of information given to the public. The other reason is as the gating criteria changes, as the plan changes, we see that some of the schools move into a hybrid plan, and that is going to be extremely difficult for families that have kids in multiple different schools, whether it be elementary school, middle school, high school, to maintain their work, to maintain those schedules, and get the kids the education that they deserve at this wonderful school district. The other thing is we feel that the coming to school is going to provide the type of education, regular and special ed, that all the kids deserve, and going back and forth between a hybrid plan and actual in-school plan is very, very difficult. I feel that the people that don't want to come to school and send their kids have every right, and I feel that they've made that decision to do remote learning. But as for us, we've decided to come to school. Let's see. The other thing is as we see as a community, I think we need to step outside and see what's going on. Sometimes take a step back from numbers, take a step back from what the doctors are saying, and look at our community and see what's going on in the neighborhoods. The kids are playing together. The kids are playing organized sports together. The kids are at the pools together. The kids are spending the night. The kids are interacting. So I feel it's time to get cool and trudge forward with getting the school year started. I say trudge because I think some of the kids are ready and some are not. So with that, I want to reiterate, it's been wonderful dealing with the school board and other people at the school, giving us the information that we need to make the decisions that we have, but we do not support following the Johnson County gating criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Next participation card is Michelle Maines and Jolene Rutledge.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Burke. I am Michelle Maines. I am a 16-year veteran of this school district. I teach English here at the high school. And sitting up with me here today is Jolene Rutledge, a 9-year veteran and instructional coach at Woodland Springs. We thank you guys for permitting us the time tonight, just a few minutes to discuss and share our faith in the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment's gating criteria. This letter was originally intended to be just our voice, but quickly others expressed sharing the same desire to follow the guidance of the experts in our community. Therefore, we present this letter on behalf of many voices in our secondary schools. You all actually have a copy of this letter within your emails, in case you have not seen that yet. We didn't think printing it would be a good idea right now, so again.
We'd like to start by thanking all of our board members, district and building administrators, and community members for continuing to keep health and the safety of each member of our school community, big and small, at the forefront of every difficult conversation and each pivotal decision being made. Please know that your efforts are seen and they are appreciated. As professional members of that school community, we feel it is our part and our duty to contribute our voice to the conversation as well. Like all of you, health and safety are of the utmost importance to us, and we want to advocate for the safest outcome possible. With the influx of data and information, as well as misinformation, it's not always easy to decipher what the best route is during a continually changing pandemic. While we are professionals in our field, we are not doctors. We are not infectious disease experts. For this reason, we believe it is imperative to follow the advice of our local health experts who are better equipped to make recommendations using science and data. With this in mind, we've added our names to this letter to express our support and encourage you to vote in favor of following the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment's gating criteria for reopening schools as they are written. In the email that Michelle mentioned, you'll find the names of 65 veteran secondary teachers, school psychologists, school nurses, social workers, and other school personnel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next participation card is Todd Bowman.
Good evening to each of y'all as the school board for USD230, as well as everyone in attendance. I come to this space here this evening as the parent of 3 children within the district, but I've also come to discuss our current circumstances, certainly unprecedented circumstances that we find ourselves in, through a number of additional professional hats. I hold a PhD in educational psychology with an emphasis in counseling psychology. I'm a neuroscientist, a therapist, and a full-time online master's level counselor educator. I am curious about the ongoing conversation with regard to the Johnson County gatekeeping, we'll call it, the gatekeeping guidelines as they've currently been written. And it's with great curiosity, the curiosity of a scientist, and you've heard some presenters tonight talk about the importance of science. I approach this as a scientist with a very objective and curious mindset, specifically with some concerns about the statistical analyses that are being done to calculate said percentages. My curiosity really specifically with the numeric dimensions of gatekeeping center on the aggregate nature of how we're calculating percentages, as in daily percentage average of positive tests rather than aggregate tests. And I think what we have to consider in the midst of that numeric conversation or analysis is the fact that as a broad, robust, not just USD 230 district, but county in Johnson County, we have to remember that things that are happening in maybe one far corner of the county don't have direct implications for the students of USD 230. For instance, if a small private school had a flare-up of cases due to some unforeseen instance or someone not abiding by protocols, right? Then the numbers get aggregated up and the whole county is impacted by localized geographical decision-making. Obviously, we're a globalized world, interconnected, and the decisions that we make impact one another. There's no doubt about that. However, when we're talking about a moving target like the gatekeeping numbers that we've been provided, we have to get a bit more, we have to use more sensitized data, is what I would say. So we have to look at how the county is calculating data for its aggregate 14-day moving number, as well as examining the contextual differences. I just invite you to take those into consideration as you determine your vote this evening. But I also want to spend some time not just talking about the numerical dimensions of this, but maybe for USD 230 students, staff, teachers, administrators, and others, that there's other dimensions to consider in how we're understanding the impact of the vote here this evening. First, I would say as a psychologist, we have to look at the psychosocial considerations that are at play in this decision. We've had kids who've been out of school for 5 months. We've had kids whose lives have been intruded upon by an unforeseen, unexpected event. We've got kids who we know have been traumatized by the reality that they're experiencing. And perhaps the only environment that will offer the stability, the continuity, and the safety for them to have some semblance of normalcy in their lives, to ground themselves in the sea of emotion that we find ourselves swimming in, is the local school. The local school provides that bastion of care. I get it that our teachers, our administrators are not trained as trauma-informed professionals. And yet that's the task at hand, not because any of us asked for it, but because that's the moment that we face. And I think we have to consider in these gatekeeping decisions, are we going to be robbing kids from the stability that they really need to manage the psychological impact of the crisis that we face? With that, I'd like us to think about specifically the psychosocial impact of sports. I've been privileged during this unforeseen and certainly tragic time in world history to run the COVID-19 Children's Psychosocial Impact Survey. Specifically, that's been populated by participants from around the Kansas City region, broadly defined, not just Johnson County. And what we find in that survey, and I'm happy to provide data for you if you'd like it, is that high and moderate level athletic engagement students are feeling the greatest psychosocial impact during this crisis, to include things like self-injurious behavior, suicidal ideation, emotional dysregulation, eating disorders. And for the sake of time, I'll truncate my comments about that. But it's interesting to me, Board of USD 230, that we've had a campaign recently that says 0 reasons why. And I invite you to consider that in the vote that you make around the gatekeeping model that we've been provided with by the county, that perhaps it would be abandoning those students that we've promised there's 0 reasons why in their greatest time of need, especially if we rip from them the athletics that are such an important part of their psychosocial development, their emotional processing, their identity as students, their interpersonal connections. And the last item that I'll submit for your consideration as you make the vote is, as a professional online administrator who's built nationally accredited curriculum around the country at Mid-American Nazarene University and now my current employment at Indiana Wesleyan University, that online learning strategies are a fascinating study in and of themselves. And while we have 23 weeks of medical data, I'm sure that the course designers have done a fantastic job building curriculum for the wide range of students that populate our schools. At the same time, without very specific training in neurobiology and human development, it's really easy for us as course designers to overwhelm students' neurophysiological development. That if the ebb and flow of coursework doesn't match their needs from kindergarten to 2nd grade, 3rd to 5th grade, 6th to probably 9th grade, and 10th through 12th grade, the needs are very different. And if the strategies are largely identical, and I don't mean the assignments, I don't mean the activities that are being given, but I mean the sitting, I mean the absence of tactile engagement, the absence of opportunities for problem solving that students need to metabolize the content that we're offering them digitally. We have to be careful that we don't create 2-dimensional learners out of 3-dimensional children. Board members of USD 230, it's with humility and respect for the impossible decision that y'all have in front of you, that I invite you to consider these points and to reject the Johnson County model for gatekeeping that we've been given, and to get our kids back in school where they can start to heal from the impact that this pandemic has had on them and may continue to have on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Next participation card is Jamie Phillips.
Hello. I just want to take this opportunity. Can you hear me okay? I want to really say thank you to the board. I've been watching the last few meetings like a lot of parents have, and this is so hard and this is so difficult. And I know each one of you is putting so much effort into these decisions. So I want to say thank you as a parent, and I want to say thank you to the staff and the teachers, as this is a really tough year. So I just wanted to say that. I'm a family nurse practitioner of 17 years, so I do come with a health background. I'm a mother of 3, and 2 of them attend elementary school here in the Spring Hill School District. Schools are an essential part of our community, and I don't have to list all the reasons why, because I know you know, but the main thing to me is that they provide stability, and they just provide that stability to the community and to the families. What I wanted to say is just to share a little of my personal experience just with my kids this summer, because as we're looking at the gating criteria and making all these decisions, I'm also out in the community. And I just wanted to share all the activities we've been doing. My children attended Camp Invention just a month ago over at Wolf Creek Elementary in Spring Hill, and there were no outbreaks, and it went very well. And the kids did great wearing their masks. They attend Lifetime Fitness Kids Academy, where 6 and older wear masks, and they're doing a great job, and they've got COVID precautions, and we're not having any outbreaks, and they're doing great. In fact, they are actually launching a distance learners program, half day and full day. So if your child is not allowed to attend school, you can pay to have them sit with a device at the gym, and they're going to have roving people there to make sure that they're getting what they need with the virtual program. I just bring this up because we have private corporations that are making it work, and it is working, and we're doing great. And then my children also attended Connection Summer Camp with a lot of other kids, and they did great. I just wanted to mention that when we got the email from the school district that school could be delayed, it was a little confusing to me and some of the parents, because as you read it, we may not be able to put our kids in if we got delayed, but that we could call the Y Care program and we could send our kids there. And I just mentioned that because there are programs that are open and functioning that are doing well. And if we look around the community, the YMCA, organized youth sports, summer day camps, gym child centers, daycares, they're operating successfully with the COVID precautions. And as a side note, the daycares never closed in Kansas. I'm sure you probably know that, and there's not been a recorded instance of a child transmitting to a teacher in those younger age groups. So I just wanted to mention that, because as I look around with the community and I look at the organized sports, KC Zoo, residential subdivision pool, Worlds of Fun, these are all open and they're functioning. And I know school's a different ball game, but with my background and as I look around, wearing the masks, even eye protection for teachers is an option, the social distancing, everything that you're putting in place, I really do feel confident that it can work. And I want to say that I appreciate the Johnson County Health Department, the school gating criteria, and I like how it's giving some objective measures, because it's really hard trying to make these decisions without these numbers. My only concern with that, and I know we've had some parents bring it up too, is that one positivity rate number, we hang a lot on that. So I would just want to really know the data as far as what sample we're taking that from. If we're taking that from the hospitals, obviously this is where the sick people go. If we're taking it from the car drive-throughs, we have to think about who's going to sign up and go sit 2 hours in a car drive-through. because it's probably not going to be me who feels healthy and well, and I got 3 kids and I'm working and running around. So when we look at the totality of that number, I just know we're hanging a lot on that. And I just think that's what you want to kind of take into context when you look at that number. But I would like to see weighing in that number, also the consideration of looking at the community, the local community, and looking at all the things that are open and all the things our kids are functioning in and that they're doing well. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I do just last want to just say thank you as a parent in the school district. We really, really appreciate everything you're doing, because I know how much effort you're having to put in, and this is hard. So I just want to say thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Next on the agenda is Jason Feeback.
Good evening. Hope you guys are doing well. I just want to thank you for your time and consideration as we go into the 2021 school year. I know you guys are in a really tough spot, and I pray for you guys' leadership. And I can't imagine. My dad was on the school board when I was in school, and I know he struggled with stuff. He didn't have any of the decisions that you guys have. So you guys hang in there. I do have a lot of appreciation for our administration. Starting with our superintendent's office, with Dr. Burke, Brad Wilson, and Michelle Hackney, and at Spring Hill High School, Mr. Williams, Mr. Shea, and Mr. Howard. I think they have been first class, and they work really hard. I feel like they do what's best for students. So I'm here tonight. I've had the opportunity to work with Spring Hill kids for the last 6 summers. We're just wrapping up our 6th one with me here. And my guys have always given me a great effort on the field and off. And I wouldn't be able to forgive myself and look them in the eyes if I didn't give them the best shot possible to play this fall as scheduled. I know there's a lot going on, and I don't want to get into numbers in that argument. I'm here for my guys and our athletes, and I don't know why, I don't know where the other coaches are, but I'm here. And I just want to talk to you guys about where we're at, and where we're going, and what we're trying to accomplish here. So this summer was really unique. Gary Howard was phenomenal, setting up all our temp checks and all that every day, and making sure our kids were lined up and getting that. Our kids wore masks. We had smaller groups. We had temp checks. Our girls' attendance was off the charts. They were awesome, and our kids were unbelievable. We told them, like, if you can't get 6 foot, because we're outside a lot, if you can't get 6 foot, you're wearing a mask. And we told them, like, this is what we need to do so we can do what we want to do. And our kids stuck with that. And they were unbelievable with their effort. And as a coach, I've been doing this for 22 years now. And sports and activities, I'm not just talking about football, I'm talking about activities. It keeps kids on track. It gives them a purpose for coming to school. It gives them the reason to come and try their best. And our football guys, our team had a 3.2 GPA. All right. Now our 10th on our top 10 list was like a 3.87. So we had some on the lower end, but as a team, we were a 3.2. And I just don't think we get that if we don't have that carrot of that activity out there, and our coaches investing in kids, and our coaches asking for their best. So our numbers this summer were phenomenal. We started out with over 250 kids just for conditioning. Now, over the past, we've had middle school kids come. We cut that down because we're trying to eliminate our numbers. So we just had high school kids come. We ran a session from 7 to 8:30 for juniors and seniors. We ran a girls session from 8:30 to 10. And then we ran a freshman sophomore session from 10 to 11:30. And so we started out with those. There were 20 cheerleaders that were coming in. Football, we had 70 guys coming in. Basketball had 35. I know baseball was having some practices. Cross country had 29. Soccer had 32. And in band, they had over 100, but I don't know if they got to get their camp in. I'm saying we have a lot of kids involved in a lot of activities, and I think it really adds to the value of a high school experience. Our coaches truly care about our players. I got a couple of them here right now just on my staff. My personal goal is I want playing football at Spring Hill High School to be one of the best experiences our kids have up to that point. Like, I've done way cooler stuff since playing high school football, right? Like getting married and having kids, like that's way better than high school football. But up to this point, like, I want them to look at like, wow, what a ride. I was so glad I got to be a part of that. But we have their backs as coaches, and we have tough conversations with our kids. We hold them accountable. We build great relationships, and then we work with parents to build great young people. And our goal for every kid is we want them to have the most opportunities to be the best person they could be when they get done with high school. And that's what I'm fighting for. I want to be able to keep that. Extracurricular activities are just that. They're extra. Nobody's forced to do those. We have to go to school. Every kid's required to get an education, as they should be. But it takes extra effort. And our athletes, they all have a choice to play. They all have that choice. They're making that decision. And football's higher risk with everything else that goes with it. And our guys know that, and they accept that. And as coaches, we try to work through that and be absolutely as safe as possible. I asked some of our guys earlier in the summer, I was like, how are workouts going? How are you handling the mask? Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. And I say, Coach, we're just, whatever we have to do to play football, we'll do whatever we need to do to just play football. And then, we're adapting to the mask pretty good. One guy said, I think it's making us tougher, whatever. But I just wanted to fight for my guys tonight. And I was trying to speak for the other coaches. I know you guys are making the best decisions. And I'm just asking you to try to exhaust every resource to be able to keep our fall sports alive, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feedback. Next participation card is Susie Stadler.
Hello. That was like a long, kind of stressful walk, but bear with me. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. Again, bear with me. This is not my thing. I'm going to speak slowly because in the back it's very hard to hear. So, with that being said, I do not envy your position, nor would I want any of them. What I want is to be an active participant in the Spring Hill School District and facilitate the well-being of my children and all the children in the district. My son Henry will be a sophomore at this high school. My Louie will be an incoming 8th grader, and Josie an incoming 6th grader. What I mean by incoming is that although we have lived in this beautiful district for 14 years, we are transfers from Prince of Peace Catholic School in Olathe. I'm also a nurse. Who can measure what is more important, physical or mental well-being? I can't, and I think it would be unfair of all of us to do so. I am also here not only as a parent in this district, but to share my hope as a frontline COVID care response volunteer. I was asked in May by the founder of COVID Care Force to travel with him very last minute to Tijuana, Mexico. COVID was everywhere. It was imaginable. We were asked to go and assess the situation of a very amazing group of individuals who care for the sick and the dying. This group was called the Missionaries of Charity. It's the mission that Mother Teresa established. The nuns were ill with COVID. There was no one to take care of the sick and dying. And so we showed up and we evaluated the situation. So much in the news today is fear. Who has heard anything hopeful about COVID? News articles, media. Has anybody heard anything hopeful? I haven't, but I've experienced it. And that's why I'm here. I've experienced the hope. I've experienced the overcoming of the fear. I lived among COVID. I practiced among COVID. I ate among COVID. I took care of myself. I washed my hands. I wore this annoying hot mask. And I chose to function on faith rather than fear. I'm sharing this to you today, not as a hero. I enjoyed every second of my trip. I had been locked home with my kids for so long. This was a vacation. But I'm sharing because we don't hear of hope. We don't hear of how we can overcome this. And I was able to go live, eat, and sleep, and take care of the dying and the sick with COVID. And I came home and I overcame that experience. So to the board, again, I don't envy your decision. I have told myself it's time I stop giving my opinion and I just follow the rules. So I'm going to do that no matter what is said tonight. I hope we as a Spring Hill School District community can function under faith rather than fear. Let's be hopeful. Let's be careful. Let's have rules. Let's wear our masks and let's wash our hands. But let's not stop living our lives. Let's not stop having our children play in the band, produce a beautiful musical, play football, baseball, and debate. We have to start living. And if we don't, I believe then that measurement on physical and mental illness, we can't measure it. We just can't. So with that being said, I am voting and I'm praying that we vote to move forward. I'm hopeful. I am so, so proud to be a part of this amazing community. And let's not direct ourselves towards poor data. Let's move forward and let our children be kids and know that you can come out of this and we can be hopeful. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stadler. Next, I guess that's a duplicate. That was all the cards we had. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you coming in. We it's important that we hear feedback and comments and perspective from community members. Thank you. Moving on from there, it is the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
I'd like the board to refresh their screens at this time. I don't know if Phil has to rescreen. It won't affect us until we get down to action items.
Okay, moving on to our consent agenda, which includes approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes, and personnel. Any discussion, comments, or feedback on the consent agenda?
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move the board approve the consent agenda.
Sharon Mitchell, second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any final questions or comments? Candy, please collect a vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman. He's not here. Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson? Mrs. Sealing?
Yes.
Approved. Mr. Hoffman can return.
Very good, thank you. Next item on our agenda is our discussion items, beginning with the reopening plan update. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Brad Wilson, and he can share with you some updates and some recommendations.
Thank you. I'm going to start actually with the back to school overview. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Does that help at all?
You just have to speak louder, Brad.
Okay, I can do that. I bet you I can give Jason a run for his money with his voice too. I'm going to start you with the back to school overview. That back to school overview contains a lot of information you guys have already seen, but it is compiled in one place in order to help parents make a decision about whether they want optional remote learning or on-site or potentially hybrid learning. So that document starts with the new gating criteria that we didn't have at the last meeting. It then goes to elementary on-site learning snapshot, and that is the snapshot that Mrs. Cole went over last time. It then proceeds with the middle school on-site learning plan, and then the middle school hybrid learning plan or learning model. And that is something many have not seen yet, but this has been posted on our website for a while. So that is available. And then it goes to the high school on-site learning plan and hybrid learning plan. And you can see example schedules for all of those as well. It then follows with the same information that was presented last week with optional remote learning and some example schedules for that as well. Those are all being modified. They're trying to find the best way possible to provide optional remote learning for students. We have to consider personnel issues, being able to staff it, and then being able to provide the best education possible for those students in that optional remote learning. Again, this is something that our administration and teachers are working through really for the first time. Any questions about that back to school overview?
Yes, this is Nels Anderson. I don't really understand the grading criteria percentages. Is that's kind of driving everything, but don't really understand.
So I will give my very non-medical explanation, the best I can do on it. So it really works off of largely, now there's two things that go into it. One is whether we are steady or decreasing in cases, but that is the same whether we are in green, yellow, and red. And then obviously talking to the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment, they say if that's increasing, that would put us into the black right away. The second one is the percent positive tests. So every day they give a certain number of tests. Typically that number ranges from about 800 to 1,000, but it can vary. Sometimes it's 400, that type of thing. But they give those tests on a certain day. And then as those results come in, which could be a delay of a couple days, 2-3 days, as those results come in, they record on that day that the tests were given, the percent of the number positive divided by the total number of tests that have come in. And then that gives the percent positive. It is not the percent of people in Johnson County. It is the percent of the tests that they have given technically on that day that are positive. And then for the gating criteria, what they do is they take a 14-day average of those tests given and the test positive. Is that what you were asking for, Nils?
Yes, and where do we stand right now?
Today's, the 14-day average, I think I saw on their email that comes out daily, we get it, I think it was at 10.3, 10.2, somewhere in that range. It's just, it's been hovering around the upper nines for quite some time. But we've, I think, been between 9, actually, this is the first time I think we're above 10, but we've been between 9 and 10 for almost a month, I believe.
Yeah, I saw it was at 10.3 today.
Yeah, so I actually had those same questions and I called the Johnson County Health Department. And if anybody, I'll share this email with anybody because they didn't know for sure the answers, but they had one of the epidemiologists email me back. And I'll just read a little bit of this. She said, in terms of our gating criteria, let me first say that there is no national standards for determining this. Some of this is due to community differences throughout the United States. For example, transmission is more likely to occur in crowded urban areas where public transportation is utilized. And she kind of goes through some things. And then she says, the few metrics that have been provided by national bodies, including Dr. Redfield's statement, and I think he's the head of the CDC, statement about 5% being hotspots, as well as the White House defining hotspots as 20 new cases per 100,000 population per week, have not been well defined as to why those were selected. So when I asked the first person that didn't know the answer, she told me that that's where the art of their work comes in, as well as the science. So the other question I asked was, will this gating criteria possibly be adjusted? Like after we've had a couple weeks of school, will they look at it and maybe change some of those criteria? And she said that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? So this is my day job as well, to evaluate the numbers specifically for Spring Hill and for Metro-wide. I'm on a Metro-wide leadership call daily, but I also contacted the county because some of the gating criteria is confusing, and also the dashboard is confusing sometimes. So I did print some of the numbers from today. I have no idea the policy on that, but this is from the dashboard today. So we could look at the 14-day average. With that, I think that part of the reason it is so confusing is what Brad said. We're looking at the percent positives, not the percent of the county. So currently today, as of today, according to the dashboard, 0.16% of entire Johnson County in the last 14 days have tested positive for COVID. In Spring Hill, over the entire last 6 months, we've seen a 0.49% of the community positive without the long-term care patients. In Olathe, because obviously we have 2 towns, we have 2 counties, but in Olathe, it's important to look at that too, since we have so many students coming from there. In a 14-day average, 0.7% of the entire community has tested positive in the last 14 days. So many are questioning why we're currently looking at a 14-day saying that we're at 11% positive. But as Mr. Wilson explained, that 11% is of the 1.6% that's been tested. So we've tested 1.6%, and of that 11% as of today, were positive. So in other words, not to be too technical, but 1,087 people tested positive in Johnson County, and 9,963 were tested out of 604,401 residents in Johnson County. So the gating criteria is asking us, parents, teachers, board members, to make a decision based on 1.6% of the entire county. I think one of the confusing things on the dashboard, you can look and drill down by zip code. And when you look at 66083, today it says 704 cases per 100,000 people. Well, I actually had one of our nurses email me asking about that. We don't have 100,000 people in 66083. We have 6,675, right? So what that number is when people are looking at the gating criteria is to get the percentage of 0.7% in Spring Hill. So the problem with that, the problem that I'm hearing is that when we reach 15%, if I'm correct in looking at our graph, our data, if we're at 11% today, a 10% 14-day average, we're inching up to everyone being remote learners immediately. At 10%, we have high school and middle school at remote learning, right? At 15%, all elementary. So I think that that's some of the concern. And just another thing I wanted to point out, we haven't been below 5% since June 17th. So I think that's a great thing to look at, because what have we all been doing since June 17th? So the other data that I would share that is just kind of personal data that I can share. So my new position is my primary office is Spring Hill, but I'm metro-wide in many of the different offices. Our office sees about, in Spring Hill, 800 to 1,000 patients a week. Since the beginning of March, we've had 11 positives total in town from our patient base. So I just wanted to share some of my own data and why I think the gating criteria is confusing to people. When they see 11%, they think that means the whole county. That 11% is of the 1.6% tested.
And who's coming in to get tested in your office?
So we, hospital-wide, metro-wide, we are only able to test pre-op people. And of the pre-op, the last statistic I heard was less than 1% of them, because they're asymptomatic, were positive. And then we can test people that are only symptomatic. And that doesn't mean that nowhere is testing symptomatic, but I think Jamie said, there have been a few drive-through opportunities that the county has offered, but the wait is about 2.5 hours. I don't know, she said with a mom of 3, she's not gonna wait in a line of 2.5 hours if she doesn't have symptoms, right? So it's symptomatic people that are coming in and seeing us all the time. That's where the data is coming from. So I think that's a valid point as well.
One clarification that I would like to make, I did also ask about on the Johnson County Tableau dashboard, and the 66083 numbers are just Johnson County 66083. So there may be some Miami County numbers in there as well. So that might be a little inflated, but it actually says on there, like the total number, and then what that would calculate to be per 100,000 people. So you can see both of those numbers.
So other data from the dashboard today says that we are at, so Dr. Ariola, the director, or from Johnson County Health Department, said he would like to see the cases under 100 a day. He would like to see that. If you look at all 14 days of the last 14 days, where we've averaged 77 as an entire county. But as you drill down, and when I called the health department too, it is concentrated they are seeing higher numbers, like towards the middle of the county, towards the north end of the county. As you get in the outlying spaces, that's not where the cases are. And it makes sense because we're not as concentrated. People aren't as concentrated in that part, so.
Okay. Brett, you mentioned that the county's doing 800 to 1,000 tests a day. Do you know is that a part of the drive up? Is that data from offices? Do you know where that comes from?
It should be, according to them, data from the whole county. So whether that's being done in a doctor's office or in a drive-through, all those numbers should be aggregated into that information.
So we have to report. Anybody who's doing tests, we're mandated to report from each hospital, office, anywhere. Another data point that I thought was really fascinating, the county did test 1,000 first responders, meaning police, fire, their first line. And of the 1,000 that they tested, there wasn't one positive.
I just don't see how it's ever going to get below 5% when we're only testing sick people. I don't get it.
So sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, Nels. Are you done?
Yep.
All right.
Go ahead, Eric.
Go ahead.
So I'm struggling here after the last board meeting to understand how all of a sudden the criteria that was designed and is being driven by the county health officials who we have been talking about that we should look to for guidance and advice on reopening the schools. Now we're suddenly saying it's not credible. You know, the percentages, yeah, of course, you can look at these things as percentages and say, well, you know, if you take those numbers and apply them to a small number, then it's not applicable. Well, that's why they use percentages, and that's why they use a 14-day average. And, you know, that's true. Our numbers haven't been below 5% in a long time because they've been steadily rising. Steadily rising. This is the criteria. Okay. I mean, you can look at the website. It's just numbers. I mean, just data that is given to us by the county. So if we're putting our faith in the health department, who is telling us these are the criteria we recommend you follow, and now we suddenly are not going to follow them, whose criteria are we going to follow? I mean, we have to have a set standard to follow, because at some point, if we go into the black, when are we going to go into the red? When are we going to go to the yellow? When are we going to reopen completely? What standard are we going to follow? So at this point, we need to give some guidance to the people who have to make that decision. And our guidance shouldn't be anecdotal evidence that my kid went to daycare all summer and nobody got sick. Okay, that's not data. That's my personal anecdotal experience. Okay, if you tell me, well, my child went to a daycare where we introduced COVID and we checked to see how many people contracted it, how many teachers got it from those students, that's more data that I could listen to. But if you want to talk about kids getting sick in a daycare, I mean, clearly there are examples. It's happened. Anytime you look at studies, scientific studies that say kids can't get COVID, well, first of all, they don't say that. But secondly, they always have a caveat in there that says there's very little data on this. So, you know, I'm even struggling with the idea that we're not open the elementary schools in a hybrid plan when we open the other schools in a hybrid plan. But I understand, because those elementary students, if they're in a hybrid plan, if they're not in the school, they're probably going to a daycare setting where we have less control over the cohorts, the contact tracing, and that kind of thing. So I'm willing to understand and accept that part. But this whole discrediting of the gating criteria is driving me nuts. If we can't listen to those people, who are we going to listen to? And I understand there's a lot of expertise on this board. There's a lot of expertise in the community, and we've heard some expertise from people who just stood up at the podium. Are we going to call them each time? Who are we going to use the criteria for? We have to have a set of standards if we're going to do this. And we've been saying all along, the Johnson County Health Department are the people who are coming up with that standard. Now, if you think that they didn't think about Spring Hill or Gardner or Olathe or the differences in communities when they came up with these standards, you're wrong. It's not like they just threw this together and said, well, let's see how this goes. Okay, there's a reason when Dr. Ariola mentioned, well, we can't open schools when there's 100 cases a day. He followed that by talking about the percentage and the rate that we're at right now. That percentage is going up. It's because people are getting sick, and more often they're getting sick with COVID. Okay, and I understand their hospital numbers are going down in some places. I also understand there are, oh my gosh, his name has left me. He's basically the state
Dr. Norman.
physician. I'm sorry.
Dr. Norman.
Yes, thank you. He just mentioned in a press conference that where not long ago, it was very unusual to have a pediatric case of COVID. And now they have them daily in hospitals, pediatric hospitals all over the state. So, you know, to just ignore the guidelines from the health department that we're counting on, to me is foolish. And, you know, again, I think it's something that we should not do. So
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Eric, I totally appreciate what you're saying, and I really do not have a problem with following the gating criteria for the school aspect. I just really hate to see us, which is going to be the next topic of conversation, but eliminate all the activities that hold some of those high school kids in school. But just a point of clarification, because I went back and listened to what I said at the last meeting. And I said, if the cases spike and the hospitalizations are out of control, the county and the state will shut the schools anyway. But when I talked to the health department today, what Megan Foreman, their representative, told me, she said, at the end of the day, these are recommendations. School districts can take them or leave them. It's our best guess. And she said, our goal was to give the schools health recommendations based on the mitigation of the virus, not every other thing that school districts have to think about. So I think it's probably a good idea to open schools and for the first couple weeks, at least in a hybrid plan, and have fewer people in the buildings. But the activities are all voluntary. And I thought I was going to get through high school without having a kid playing football and banging his head against another kid, and I didn't. So I have a kid playing football, and there's a risk of concussion every time he goes out there and gets on the field. But he wants to play, and we choose to take that risk. So I think giving parents the option on activities, it's not a required thing, and they can choose to not participate if the risk is too high. So that's just my opinion. I'm one vote, and I'm probably not going to say anything else.
So I would liken the concussion example you gave would be to make the helmet optional. We have recommendations. No, but that's the engineering control to prevent and mitigate concussion. And so we have engineering controls in place to mitigate and reduce the spread of this virus during academic activities. We have masks, we have shields, we have social distancing, we have small cohorts that are controlled. We can modify bell schedules so that we're just moving. We can control that movement. And then when we go to activities, we remove all that and say, let's hope they don't get it because it's voluntary. I don't see a connection, or I don't see the alignment between holding safety as our top number one concern of all of our students in the district, of our students, of our teachers, of our staff, of our administration. I don't understand how we can say, yeah, we're going to do all of this, have all of these engineering controls in place during academic, but when it comes to activities, we just take it away because we feel like it's not necessary.
I don't think they're taking it away, though.
Not at all.
Will they wear masks?
Yes.
They're going to wear masks when they're on a football field playing a football game.
So Coach Feedback just sent out to the parents a shield that attaches to the football helmets so that it's completely covered if they would like to buy that. And he just talked about all of the things he did to mitigate this summer and did a fantastic job with it.
So how do they socially distance in a football game? I'm a little confused on that.
Exposure is considered within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes by the CDC guideline. I don't know that I've ever seen football players in each other's faces for more than 15 minutes at a time. So
there's a direct transfer of sweat, saliva. When you slam into somebody, how do you control that? You don't. And so there's a very high possibility of transmission when you're bouncing into each other. When we're just sitting here, yeah, I agree, 6 feet apart is probably a good thing to do. And it probably does prevent transmission. I don't know, we have experts in infectious disease control, epidemiology, and a medical doctor saying this is our best guess. And we as a board, none of us are that. None of us meet that. I don't think, I'm not aware of anyone in this room or listening online that has that position, that expertise, that competence, that can say, no, they're wrong. I struggle with this. We can talk numbers, but we don't have, as a school board, we don't have the background, the education, the experience, the competence in this particular type of situation to say that the experts who do have that responsibility, do have that training, do have that education, that professional experience. I don't feel that we as a board can in good conscience say they're wrong. And then to really further Eric's question, it creates many, many more questions than it answers. I think we need a solution, and taking away engineering controls doesn't appear to be a good solution to me. So, I mean, I would support the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment recommendations because it is based on science. It is based on professionals providing a recommendation.
So I would just follow up with saying that Keisha does have the experts that are also guiding them. And this week last week, I'm sorry, they did recommend that all sports resume as planned. So I totally understand this kind of balance between which experts, and I agree, we need something. There can't be nothing. But I'll share my thoughts and then hopefully be done too. 2 weeks ago, we voted what was best for our district, and we were clear in saying that we are Spring Hill. We're not a 30,000 student district. We're in 2 counties, Johnson and Miami. And we have new information since then. As Joanne said, it wasn't available to us. As Mr. Wilson said, it wasn't available to us. So I said very clearly that we would vote with what the patrons, or I would vote with what the patrons of our district have reached out to me and said. I feel like that's my job, to represent a greater population than just myself. I can't vote just on my own opinion. We didn't have this data out at the time. We are in a unique situation. Just today, I didn't read most of the email that I got today or see the agenda item update because I work in Spring Hill and I had no internet all day long. In and out, I tried to get on Zoom. I tried to do meetings on my phone. So that's something unique that the other Johnson County schools might not have. We don't have great access, and there's nothing that we can do to fix that in the next 2 weeks for sure. So the problem is we, by this gating criteria, we're closely inching up to 15%. And as flu season hits, it's going to get there. We have no doubt we're going to have positives. No doubt there'll be positives in the building. But what we're seeing clinically is a positive test doesn't equal a positive illness. Sometimes they are extremely, most of the time, they're extremely asymptomatic except for maybe a slight headache, maybe a fever of 100 degrees, and that was it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that. I thought that it was interesting that Children's Mercy came out again and said that they believe that in-person learning is the most important, that only 2% of coronavirus cases in the country are in children less than 18. And 94% of them have not had, 94% of the 2% have not had severe disease. I feel like I need to say too, my own 4 children will be in these buildings. There's no way that I would send them if I felt like it was a dangerous situation. I would never do that. The 15% also by the county, that doesn't affect just our kids in schools and students, they said that that also is the line that they're looking at, their best guess right now, and we're making a decision on their best guess, that that's when businesses would start to shut down too. So this gating criteria, only looking at a percent positive, is going to shut us down again if that's what the county decides to go with. So I've heard very loudly from many teachers that are afraid of the mental health anguish and the stress of going hybrid, going not, going hybrid, going not. The constant back and forth is a lot to ask them. I've heard really loudly from SPED parents specifically, and the paras, and the SPED teachers. They're extremely concerned about how our kids that need special services via Zoom and how that's going to work for them. I've heard really loudly about mental health. Yesterday, I talked to the director of the Johnson County Health Department, mental health, and also the Gateway Pathway to Hope, And I think that the numbers were interesting. The chart they put out that was labeled COVID crisis and suicide deaths since March said that we've lost 27 people to suicide in the county. Now, is that absolutely attributed to COVID? We don't know for sure, right? There's no way to know that, but that's how many people in this last 6 months. In the same age range, we've lost 22 people to COVID viral illness. So, and the director of Pathway to Hope said she did 9 suicide evaluations just last week. She said she never did 9 in a month before. And she is directly attributing that to COVID-19. I don't think we can overlook these things because based on a guess, when they say that this is their best guess of what we should do. So we've obviously heard from our coaches. I mean, you only get 4 years to play a high school sport, and then you're usually done. Some of these kids are looking at scholarships. I had a parent yesterday say to me, if my kid doesn't play high school sports, they won't play at all, but the others will. And I asked her if I could share that story. I asked her what she meant by that. And she's told me that her husband had lost his job, that all of his friends will go play club sports. They will pay the $1,000 to play on that team, but they can't afford it. So the underprivileged, the gap is constantly widening here. We're taking it away from them if we take all of this away from them. I also heard very clearly from single parents terrified of losing their job based on a decision made on 1.6% of the county. And actually, Brad, this was a question that I had for you. Are we asking, from what this looks like, we're looking for screen time for 6th graders, starting with 6th grade, for about 7 hours a day. I mean, that's what it looks like.
No, probably.
That's what this says. It says they'll start in the morning at their time and they'll proceed through their classes if they're all online, I mean.
It says that there's 6 hours of work, not 6 hours of screen time.
Okay, so the point this parent that I wrote down was making is her 11-year-old is going to start 6th grade. So he would have to be home alone because she's a single parent and he's supposed to manage that by himself based on a guess by the county. But I think one of the biggest things that I heard in my email over and over and over again was we already gave the parents a choice. If they don't want to do in person, if they're not comfortable, they don't have to. And we support them, right? I support them if they want to. I mean, I look at my Facebook this weekend and most of the people sitting up here have college students that are returning to college or starting their freshman year, and they're going to the dorms or dropping them off because that's your choice. You've chosen to do that. If parents don't want to choose to send their kids to school or to college, they're not going to. They're going to have them do online classes. So I want to say I heard from the teachers. Some that were, like I said, very against hybrid because of the stress of that and because they were looking at the gating criteria. They had questions on the gating criteria, but I did hear from the ones that are scared, and I want them to know how much I understand that and how scared I was in March too. And I'm not dismissing you. I care about you very, very deeply. And the parents do too. And I realize that, Eric said we can't look at just one daycare, so let's not. Let's look at the YMCA reporting that they had 40,000 kids in the last 10 weeks in daycare, and not one child positive and not one adult positive. That's real life data. In our hospital systems, we have thousands of people. We are mitigating, like what Susie talked about. She was in the middle of COVID. You guys have done a fantastic job of putting together the mitigation strategies that we need to keep everybody healthy. So, and when it comes to sports, Paola, Lewisburg, I believe Tonganoxie, they've all decided to start on time. They're in our league. We'll mess up their schedules too. I don't know. But canceling football doesn't just cancel a football game. It cancels cheer, dance, band performances at those games. So many of those things. So to answer someone's question, I think Eric's, what do we do then? What on earth do we do? Honestly, I think the county needs to do better. I think the county should be held responsible for this. This should not fall on our shoulders to decide. This should be the county. So, and I did talk to 2 of our county commissioners. They are looking at this data. They're talking about it this week. That, like Sharon said, they said it could change. So if we make a decision that we're going to just blindly follow this, goes against everything I've ever taught my own kids. You question things that are going to change your life drastically. And being home and families being home changes their lives drastically. So what do? Hopefully everyone listening to this, whatever your opinion is, contacts your county commissioners, your county manager. Tell them how you feel, that you don't think the data is there to make a responsible decision for your family. That's what I think the solution is. We need a gating criteria, but I've yet to hear anybody tell us why this gating criteria makes any sense, including the county. They said they didn't know, it's a best guess. No one has said why we should alter everyone's lives based on 1.6% of the community being tested in the last 14 days. So the county needs to do better. I have another question. What percent of kids, roughly, I know I'm putting you on the spot, participate in activities? Anyone know? No. Oh, anybody? I don't know if Gary's. And just a rough percentage of, like, in the high school, is it 50%, 70? Everything. Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had was, what about college level courses? How does this affect them if we're completely hybrid or online?
The college level courses are able to occur.
Okay, so Johnson County, they're okay with us doing whatever hybrid. We've got confirmation from them so that they'll still get credit.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
They have not said not, and they started.
Okay.
That was actually my question as well, like the AP and the College Now classes, if they went to all, totally remote learning, what happens there? So I think you answered that.
AP does not dictate the instruction. And then it's my understanding that Johnson County Community College is going remote in many of their classes.
And I do want to say I appreciate the SPED letter going out to the SPED parents. I think that helps them to put their minds at ease. Though they're some of the ones that I think we're most concerned about. How do you really help someone if you're a para through Zoom? So, yeah, nobody has any answer.
So at the risk of,
oh, there he is.
I feel like I'm coming across as if I somehow want schools closed, or I'm in favor of the most restrictive things we can do. And I have heard from many, many teachers as well. In fact, today we heard it, they didn't, fortunately, we'd be doing one of those, one of our old time, after midnight meetings if they had chosen. But two teachers stood up there representing, what was it, 60 some teachers?
65.
We could have had them parade through one at a time, and I thank them for not, but I greatly appreciate them voicing that opinion. We all received a letter from all the nurses as of Friday. Every single nurse that was employed by this district made their feelings known, that they felt we should follow the criteria of the gating criteria. But mostly what I think what's frustrating here for me is that I feel like this country has occasionally taken this seriously, and we've seen behaviors, things when they shut things down and the numbers going down, and then people stop, and then the numbers go back up. And I look at this, we're being warned right now by the Johnson County Health Department. We're being warned, numbers are too high. This is not a safe time right now to just not restrict our normal activities. If we ignore that and things get worse, what does the community lose then? What do the students lose then? What do the teachers? What happens if we ignore that advice in a pandemic coming from our health experts? What then? Because we're worried about losing football. We're worried about losing band performances, wrestling. I mean, there's so many things we worry about. Those are all hot buttons because they get people emotional. What happens if we open the schools and then we have a bigger problem against the advice of our health department? It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse mental health wise for students, for teachers, for families. When they shut down the economy because the schools aren't being responsible and now the spread is even worse, what happens then? The other thing that I have to ask, because I'm struggling with the approach to this. I keep hearing about athletics and activities. They are optional. Yes, that's true. If the risk is high and you don't want to participate, then don't participate. Football, that's a great example. There's the risk of brain damage, CTE. The problem is if that student goes out and gets CTE, he can't go into English and spread that to the rest of his students in that class or his teachers. They're not going to catch brain damage from the kid who took a hard hit in a football game. This is different. So to me, the question isn't, are we going to be less restrictive? It's optional with athletics. To me, if you choose to do a high risk activity, that's your choice. You ought to be completely virtual. Why do we then, as some of you have said, school is not optional. The kids have to go to school. We have to get an education. You don't have to put yourself at risk on the football field. But if you choose to, how do you then get to come in and intermingle with all those people who are trying to be safe, stay in a cohort group and social distance and do all the things that they're being asked to do? So, I feel like everyone is turning this around backwards, like we're an athletic group who also provides an education. So I don't disagree with anything that's being said. I don't disagree about mental health issues. The suicide in that age group has been number 2 or number 3 leading cause of death in that age group for many, many years. So that hasn't really changed. Yeah, people are more upset, but just because we open schools doesn't mean COVID's going away, and doesn't mean that all the rest of the restrictions in society are going to make people happy again. The only way we do that is by sacrificing now, getting this disease under control until we have some sort of mitigation where we can get vaccinated or something, some sort of treatment, which we currently don't really have. So I just don't see a good plausible argument to ignore what the experts at the Johnson County Health Department are telling us. And you can say, I don't like the way the numbers are coming in. You should tell the county commissioners to go tell them to do it different. Well, Sharon just explained what they told her. They put a lot of thought into this. No, it's not a perfect, if you hit this exact number, it's going to be exactly when Spring Hill needs to do a specific thing. They're giving general guidelines, but I also know in watching that videotape of that town hall where they discussed this, Megan Foreman did say, these are guidelines. You know, we use these to evaluate, and we probably are going to have to evaluate. And if you listen to her all the way through, she's not talking about less restrictive. She's saying we're going to have to reevaluate. Do we need to open under yellow, or should we go ahead and move to red? She's not talking about, well, maybe we just go to green. I've got the audio, I've got the whole video recorded. If you'd like, I can play the clip for anyone that wants to see it. And obviously you can go out and watch the whole meeting. But clearly she's saying, yeah, these are guidelines and we're gonna have to evaluate. Do we open under yellow or do we open under red? Because at that time we were at 9.2, today we're at 10.3. You know, again, I'm dumbfounded by people trying to discredit the way that the health department experts are putting this together. That is their task. It's not like they threw it together. I cannot imagine us ignoring that advice.
Thanks,
Any
Eric.
other comments? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jason?
So I'm a data analyst by trade. I've been doing it for 10 years. And while I don't agree with the methodology by coming up with their numbers, it's all the data that they have. It's it. They only have these many tests. They only have this many positives. They do not have, they do have a population, but they do not have everybody testing constantly all the time. These are the tests that they have. These are the positives. That's all they can go with at this point. I would like to see if any changes were to be made, I would like for them to do more of a gating criteria school district by school district. If we could get to that point, I think a lot of this could go away. And Wayne and Brad, if you have a call with the Johnson County Health Department, then can we suggest possibly doing that, going school district by school district? But the fact remains is we have professionals. We as school board hire professionals. We hire our superintendent because they have the education and experience to run a school district the way that it needs to be run for the success of our students, for the safety of our students, and to help our teachers and staff be the best professionals they can be. He then, or she, if that ever comes about, hires professionals to go implement the plans that we have. Right now, our health professionals are asking us to follow the guidelines that they have come up with the best guess possible, with the best data possible. We need to listen to them. We need to make sure that their voice is heard. My daughter, I have two daughters. Both are in band. Both will not be performing in band this year. And it makes me sad. And it's not even because of the grading criteria. It's just because all the performances are done. All of them are canceled. The people that run those contests have listened to health professionals. Why are we not listening to health professionals? This is, I don't even know why this is up for debate. We should be listening to our health professionals. Tell us what needs to be done to mitigate, to make our students safe, to make our teachers safe, to have our parents and grandparents safe. It all goes into the community. We need to listen to them. We need to work with them to come up with better data points. But at this point, this is the best we have. This is the thing that we need to move forward with because it's the best for our students and for our community. The reason Keisha decided to go out with the everybody can play is because they have to do it for the whole state. And Western Kansas is completely different than Johnson County. And even Spring Hill, and as we know, Spring Hill is different than Shawnee Mission. So we need to do what is best for Spring Hill and for our students, our teachers, our patrons, and especially our whole community, the parents and grandparents. I just know that they want to see their kids. They want to see their grandkids. I know that they would love to see them on the football field, on the volleyball court. I would love to see my kids out on the football field. It would be great. But if it's not safe to do this, we have to take the recommendation to make sure that they stay safe.
Thanks, Jason. This data from the county, I agree with Mr. Bowman. You can look at it in two different ways. It could be calculated differently, could be very differently interpreted. I'm sure they're experts, but I wouldn't call them experts on COVID-19. They don't know any more than a lot of the rest of the country, and they're doing their best. And it's probably good data in general, but it's hard to dig real deep with what they're giving us. So this is a difficult decision as a parent, a patron, and then a board member. I think of a teacher as an essential worker, just like a lot of the rest of us. I'd be easier for me to tell you where I haven't been in the 4 states around us than I've been to. I've been out every day, everywhere. The biggest thing I see causing us trouble is the fear. And to see the people that have it, I don't understand how they can live that way. They need to get out and live, be careful, be smart, and get on with it. It's tough to see the psychological effects that come along with this. I haven't seen it firsthand, but I know it's bad. Now, as a board member, I sit up here and I feel responsible for our 500 plus employees. And that's difficult to put a lot of you that are out there tonight in a situation you may not want to be in. And I have to listen to you. And that makes it a very difficult decision. So.
I do have a request, Dr. Burke and Mr. Wilson, when you talk to the county the next time. I know that they are still trying to decide as of the town hall. They don't have any protocols in place yet for when we have a positive, exactly like what the contract tracing is going to look like. They need to get that in place quickly. And I actually agree with Eric and Jason and Brent, everything that you've said. They're doing the best they can. This is a brand new virus. This isn't like there's some training manual on it in the closet somewhere. This is hard. So I'm not discrediting them at all. I'm actually saying they just need to go back to the drawing board. They need to be held accountable in that. And it's okay to ask questions. It's okay to question things that are going to change your life. I mean, so when you guys talk to them, I know for 100% sure they don't have a protocol right now. There's a local daycare here that you all know of and she asked me to share her story, has 85 kids, 25 adults working in it. She had a positive employee 2 weeks ago. She called and emailed the county 3 days before getting a response. On the 4th, so she sent everyone home. She said, just for safety, the whole building has to shut down. So at the end of that 4 days, they finally called her and said, we don't have a protocol yet. This was just 2 weeks ago. We don't have a protocol yet. So just send everybody home for 7 more days. They're doing the best they can. But that doesn't mean that we just blindly accept it. We need you guys to be our voices when you're on those calls, pushing for criteria and things that are going to not alter everyone's lives drastically, and make sure. I like the idea that Jason said, maybe by school district. That would make a lot more sense. We're not Shawnee Mission. We don't have the positives that they do in that area.
Mr. Anderson, did you start to?
Yeah, I really appreciated everything that you guys have been talking about. Eric had some very good points. I mean, I'm obviously not a medical professional that's prepared to say we shouldn't follow some guidelines, but I got my own opinions and I'll keep those to myself. I choose not to live in fear also. But I can just say the way that the things are calculated of only testing sick people, we're never going to get below 5%. It's never going to happen. So you might as well just assume we're going to be like this for years, because I don't see how it's ever going to change the way they're testing and only testing people with symptoms. So we better get ready to do something different, I guess.
No, I think they're also testing. They're not just testing sick people, just as a point of clarification, because they test everyone pre-surgery, and they aren't going to have that. They won't allow you to go in unless you're tested pre-surgery. If you're positive, you can't have the surgery, but
they're also testing people coming through the drive-through that may or may not have it, because they could be asymptomatic. They don't know. So they could be coming through the drive-through and just getting a test just to make sure. So it's not just always sick people, but I get what you're saying. It's people that think they may be sick, people that just want to know, but it's a proactive test. It's not I mean, some people are proactive, some people are reactive on the test. We can't test everybody to understand where the numbers are.
That would be a great data point that they could include on the dashboard. How many people are symptomatic versus asymptomatic? We turn that information in from the hospital systems. They know that information. So if they can include that, that's another great example. I'm not trying to bash the health. I'm not trying to say they're doing terrible. They just aren't there yet. That's my problem with it. They're not there to where we need to make a decision on.
So if they're not there yet, how are we supposed to make the decision of when to let people in, whether it be students, teachers, staff, when we allow students to go participate in activities? How are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to, do we need to go test all of our teachers and test all of our students? And if we get a rate below 5%, then everybody can go do what they want to do.
I think we have given parents choices. And I think that parents can see the gating criteria, they can see all the data, they can make that decision too. And that's a lot of this is not my opinion, it's what I've heard from the people. They don't feel like it's enough data to make a decision. So I'm sorry, Nelson.
I'm finished.
I believe the last statistic I heard was 1 to 2% was the hospital admissions for testing. So, but I'll find out and I can post that.
Okay. I appreciate this incredible conversation that's been going on. And we've been listening for quite a while. We were supposed to do a presentation and somehow the presentation got hijacked and we never got finished with what we were supposed to talk about. That's what you pay us to do. So that's what we're going to try to do. You know, this is a very emotional thing. At the last board meeting, it was very, very directed to us that we needed to contact the county and that we needed to make our decisions off of the local county officials. That's what we did. We reached out to the county and we asked them to do it. You know, Dr. Areola, Megan Foreman, Elizabeth Holshoe, they don't work for the Spring Hill School District. And we've asked them before about doing individual things for the district. And we've asked as this Johnson County to do that. They don't work for us. They give us the information that they give us, and then we work off of that. So our presentation tonight was based on the directive that we got from the school board. It was voted 5-2 to make this decision, and that's what we did. If the board decides that they want to make a different decision, that's fine. That's the board's prerogative. But you ask us to do something, and we've done it. So with that being said, you know, there's some things that we've done. One of the things that Brad didn't finish is we did put the gating criteria in because we went to the county, and the Johnson County school districts have asked the county to provide gating criteria. They did that. They gave us the gating criteria. We just don't like it. The thing is, folks, the decision that was made 2 weeks ago means school starts on the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, whatever decision you make, we still have some kids coming on the 26th. I have no idea what you're going to want us to do with those kids. Are we going to open our doors wide and bring them in? Because we talked about parent choice, but we also have teachers too, and staff members. And there's some of those people that are really afraid. And when I say that, we did do a survey with these people, and some of them are gung-ho. They're ready to come back. They have no fear. We have some people that are actually afraid and worried. We've even had a few people that said they went and got wills done. So with all that being said, we're still moving forward with the directive we gave, or we were given. I apologize. One of the things that I need to cover with you is I purchased 2,000 shields, and that we can put those on desk to put some separation between kids. It's a plexiglass shields. Now 2,000 of them at $35, or I'm sorry, right at $35 a piece, came out to be, I don't know, what is that, $68,000. It's on here somewhere. So I'm not supposed to spend more than 20 grand at a time unless I can do it where I can make some savings for the district, and it's a timely. So I did make that decision. I did talk to our board president and made sure that he was not necessarily given permission, but he understood why I was making that decision. That is something that we do need to talk about as we move on to this. We've also asked our board or our school to make handbook changes and the handbook updates. I don't think people realize how incredibly hard this has been. I mean, we're humans too. We go to bed and we think that we have a really good plan in place, and then the governor makes a change, and then we have to pivot. And you know what? People aren't happy about that. And they let us know quite frequently that they're not happy about it. And right now we're sitting in a position that we know that whatever decision is made tonight, there are people sitting at home that are going to be extremely unhappy. And those people have already let us know that if the decision is made not in the way that they want it, they're going to be extremely unhappy. I have an incredible crew of people that have been working under this pressure since March. Now, some people had vacation, some people left. I can guarantee that most of us didn't. So when this whole thing is decided, we should make the decision that's best for our kids and make the decision that's best for our staff. Other than that, we need to keep the politics out of it and make that decision, whatever that decision is. So with that being said, I think we need to move forward. We have handbook, and then you need to have a vote. And when it comes to that vote, you need to make a decision. And once you make that decision, you need to give us some direction. Because I'm telling you, I don't have all the answers. There's not a superintendent in the state that has all the answers. But I can tell you, I feel like a yo-yo. My people feel like a yo-yo. And we can only do what we're directed to do. And this keeps changing, folks. And it's not much fun. I can tell you, never in my career have I ever talked about retirement. Because that's not, I've always wanted to be an educator, and that's always what I wanted to be. But I'm telling you what, if this continues, and I'm not picking a decision one way or the other, but this is not education. What's going on here? This is tearing our community apart. I'm just like you. I look at social media and the incredible, harsh, and rude things that are said to each other on social media from Spring Hillians. That needs to stop. We need to come together as a community and do what's best for our kids, whether it's the decision you want or not. But at this point, we need to move on. We need to make a decision. We need some direction, and then we will make it happen. That's what Spring Hill people do. That's what USD230 does. So once a decision is made, we're going to need some direction, and then we're going to make it happen. I want you to understand that. It will happen. There will be people that are unhappy about it, but we're still going to do the best job possible. But right now, I kind of feel like we're in this battle, and it needs to end, because our job is to take care of kids. It's also to take care of our staff members. So once we make that decision, let's stand by it and go on. I can't go to the county and say, hey, you guys need to create something just for Spring Hill. We're not going to do that. Let's be honest. What they'll
Thank you,
do is
Dr.
they'll
Burke.
give us some direction based on the expertise, and then we'll follow that. But all this stuff about going back and forth, we need some direction. We need it tonight, and we need to move on, because one way or another, a bunch of young people are going to show up on the 26th.
Thank you, Dr. Burke.
I agree.
Appreciate your input. Each board member has the right to express their opinion and views, and I think that's what we've accomplished. Mr. Wilson, did you have additional information in the presentation that you had started?
Yes. I'm going to move on from the back to school overview, if there are no questions on that document. Again, that document is to help parents make a decision about whether they want to go to optional remote learning.
Any questions on the reopening plan?
I do have a question about that. The optional remote learning ends today for enrollment. Is that correct?
We gave a deadline to midnight. If there's a parent or two out there that really needs to make a decision based on tonight's decision, we'll give them a day or two.
Okay.
We just can't string this out
Sure.
for weeks, because
I
we
agree.
still have to figure out how we're going to staff it, what that looks like. I believe that when I left it today, and I may be able to pull it up, it was right at 10%.
Okay.
So right at 300 and some odd.
I just wanted to make sure that people watching, people in the audience knew that while there is a deadline today, there is some flexibility going forward for at least a couple of days.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, please.
So I'll move ahead to the reopening plan. We talked about discussing changes that were in that plan each board meeting. The changes that we've made to the plan between this time and the last board meeting really are based on the gating criteria we got from the county. So starting on page, I believe, I apologize, but we had the low, medium, and high restrictions. And obviously, since the county used the green, yellow, red, and black, we changed to that. So starting on page 11, there are significant changes, both in the naming of the restrictions, but also since there are different criteria for elementary and secondary as the mode of education. And I will tell you that the county was very clear on why they did not do hybrid for elementary. And that was because somebody mentioned it here earlier, but one of the reasons was because if students are not in school, then parents are having to try to find daycare for them at the elementary level. In elementary, it's a special case where they can have stable cohorts of 20 some students with one teacher and actually arrange the day around just those 20 some students being together. Not possible at secondary. So actually they believed it's safer for kids to be in school with that cohort with the mitigation practices that we have put into place, than to have parents shuffling them to daycares that expose them to different cohorts of students, and in daycares where masks are not required and they may not be practicing the mitigation practices that we are. We have shared these plans with the county. They are very aware of what we are doing in our schools when we open. Also made a few changes, not significant because it really didn't change the practices much, but on page 22, I take that back, it's changed to 24 now. There are extra and co-curricular activities, and obviously the gating criteria applies to those as well. And again, depending on decisions that are made at this board meeting, we will continue to update this plan.
And as he said, if a decision is made differently tonight, we can change that criteria.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad. I'm sorry for hijacking your presentation.
I want to say thank you to you and Dr. Burke and all of the staff, all of the teachers. The whole community, every business has been on this roller coaster together, but I know how hard that it's been for you. I know we've all experienced it in our own jobs and businesses too, but you have added that you have kids and teachers. And so I know it's hard. I don't want to go past this night without saying I recognize how extremely hard this is. I mean, it feels like we're just constantly turning around and we don't know where we're going next. So thank you for all the work on this.
Any questions on the reopening plan? I think they align with the changes made in the Johnson County. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item, our handbook updates. Dr. Burke.
We have Mrs. Cole and Mr. Sprague and Mr. Williams here. We were going to have them come up and kind of go over it, but because I think there's some other pressing issues you may want to be getting to. So at this point, I'm just going to say, I know that you've had these, you've been able to look at these. Just like everything else, if the vote changes tonight, we will make adjustments to the handbooks. But just for, to save some time, if you have specific questions, I'm going to ask you to ask them and have them come up. And I'm sorry, we also have the early childhood, and I don't know that we asked Stephanie Barnhill to be here.
Any questions on the handbook revisions?
What?
Are we only changing the traffic patterns at Prairie Creek because of the temperature check? Is that something new?
I believe that's correct. Jolie, do you want to? You're mainly changing the traffic pattern because of temperature checks, correct?
Yeah, we're not changing the traffic pattern, but we have additional entrances and we'll have a staggered dismissal, but so will all the other elementary buildings. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Cole. Any other questions specific to the handbook edits? Very good, thank you. Moving on to action items. Action item 9.01, reopening plan with Johnson County Department of Health and Environment. Gating criteria with activities have been separated out. Final discussion.
Mr. President, given that the board and the district doesn't really have an alternative plan or way or method to follow, I move that the board adopt and follow the Johnson County Department of Health gating criteria.
Is that just for going to school. We want to do activities separate, Eric.
We can do this for academics first. We have a separate item for athletics. So
I second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria. Final discussion. Candy, please collect a vote.
And this is, just to clarify, this is 9.01, correct, with activities separate?
That's correct, yes. This is 9.01.
And one other just clarification, I think Dr. Burke, you had mentioned this to me today. They will evaluate this every 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. Let me say it this way. If you're at yellow and going to green, that's pretty easy to do. If we're going from green to yellow, we probably need to give parents at least 2 weeks to make adjustments for that. But I think the question you were asking is the county going to reevaluate it every 2 weeks? That's what we were told.
But can you clarify if, like, let's say school was starting tomorrow and we're at 10%. So we'd be in the yellow, which means hybrid for middle school and high school. So we would do these next 2 weeks hybrid for them, correct? And then when in that 2 weeks are they evaluating for the next 2 weeks? I mean, is there a possibility that once we go to yellow, we're now a month in? Does that make sense?
We're probably not going to wait 2 weeks at it, 2 weeks and 2 weeks. What we would do is we would go for 2 weeks and they would evaluate. If they moved to green, I think we can move to green in a week. Yeah. If they stayed at yellow, there's no change. If they went to red, to be honest, I don't think there's any change. It's if they went to black, we probably need to give our parents at least 2 weeks to prepare for that.
Meaning that it's easier to get them back in the building than to suddenly make plans. That's what you're saying. So if it sounds like it could be a month if you're home. That's what I'm hearing. We would have 2 weeks for sure, evaluate, and then give them a 2 week time period to plan. So for sure, when we're in a yellow or red, we would be at least in that phase for a month at a time. Is that? Only with the yellow, right? Okay. No.
How about now? All right. Okay. So the only time that you are stuck for a month is at the very beginning because everything rolls over at 2 weeks. But moving to green is easy because all you're saying to a parent is we're going to give you a week and now your kids are going to go to school. It's the other way that's harder because parents need time to figure out their daycare and that sort of thing. So yes, you could start out if you were at yellow for the first, you could stay there for a month. But if we move to green, we can move much quicker on that. If we move to red or black, we need to give parents more time. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Final clarifications, questions?
So their next time that they'll evaluate is August 17th, correct?
That's what we've been told. When we met, we actually will meet with them tomorrow, and I will actually ask the questions that you asked me to. I'm just telling you that they're probably not going to do that. But we've asked them to start on the 17th to start their 2 week phasing so that we have an idea of what it's going to look like on the kids coming in on the 26th. Now, it could, I mean, if you go in a week and everything lowers, we could try to go into green and we could try to do that fast. If it goes into red, then we're just going to stay there.
Mm-hmm. And Sharon, what you meant by the county would reevaluate, meaning if we're going from red to yellow to green, you didn't mean if they're going to reevaluate the criteria, right?
Right. I mean, they said they could, but I'm not expecting them to do that.
Yeah, gotcha.
And we don't want to try to do it day to day because it's hard on parents.
Yeah.
And we got to give them time to make a decision on what they're going to do with their kids if
And-
they're
and-
not in green.
And when you go on our behalf to talk to them, I think mostly I would request just the frustration in the data that's shared and the gating criteria. And when I vote, it's the same thing that I'm just repeating what I hear and what I'm saying to you now, what I'm hearing from the people. I'm representing the people that have emailed me. So that's what they're saying, is they're just frustrated with the gating criteria and the data that's presented. So that would be great to communicate with them.
Final questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the vote.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
No.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Motion is 6-4, 1 against. It passes.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Great discussion. Now moving on to second action item 9.02 is the reopening plan with Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria for activities.
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board approve the reopening plan that was provided by Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria for activities.
Second, this is Eric.
It's moved and seconded to apply Johnson County Department of Health and Environment gating criteria in the reopening plan for applicable to activities. Final discussion. Final questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. Anderson,
No.
Mrs. Sealing,
No.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
We have 4 noes, 3 yeses. Motion fails.
Moving on to action item 9.03, Coronavirus Relief Fund Memorandum of Understanding Resolution 21.07.
In working with Johnson County and Miami County, there is Sparks funds that is available to the school district. Miami County has basically asked you to sign a memorandum of understanding, basically saying that they're going to make this money available. We have approximately 907 students, and we are told that we can expect anywhere from about $185 to $205 per person. I would expect it's probably going to be closer on the lower end. But with that, I'm pretty excited that we would have a certain amount of money to spend on the COVID virus and fighting that. So that $70,000 that I just spent, or we just spent on the dividers for students could come out of this money. We also have the ability to go to Johnson County and ask them for Sparks money as well. At this point, they've not given us an amount of money or a memorandum of understanding. So moving forward, we ask you to sign this memorandum of understanding, and it's basically saying that we will spend this money on COVID-19 related items, and if there's any money left over, that we would give this back to the county.
Any questions on the memorandum of understanding with the Miami County COVID relief funds?
What's our obligation?
We just have to spend the money the way that we say that we're going to.
Okay.
And I can tell you, Doug has started keeping bills from back in March. So anything that related to COVID, we earmark it that way. And we think when it's all said and done, again, who knows how long this is going to happen, but we think before it's all said and done, we'll spend close to $500,000.
Probably very similar to the Paycheck Protection Plan at the end. But
Not really.
I mean, the money, it has to be spent on.
Right. And it has to be spent by the end of the year.
Yes.
Right. But I can tell you, we have probably earmarked a lot more money right now than what we have. Wouldn't you agree, Doug?
So the key is crystal clear documentation. The key is crystal clear documentation to provide evidence in order to meet the criteria for reimbursement.
Correct. And the irony of it is state is already making some requirements on the first round of money that we had. And so we're already documenting, we're already protecting that. There is a possibility that there's another group of section of money coming through HEALS. And when that comes through, we're hoping to, again, continue to have documentation. But whatever happens, I think we're going to end up spending more than what we're going to get.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding for the coronavirus relief funds from Miami County.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the memorandum of understanding for the coronavirus relief fund from Miami County. Final questions or discussion?
Do we need to reference the resolution number in our motion?
Yeah. Yes, I will.
Final questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Approved.
Prior to moving on to the next action item, I would propose that we take a 10-minute recess. I would declare us at recess until 9:33.
We're not taking recess.
It is 9:33. We are back in session. Moving on to action item 9.04, purchase of COVID-related items. Dr. Burke.
In talking to Kylie, we had an opportunity to buy these plastic dividers that they go on student desks. We'd already bought some for teachers and to put out throughout the school district. But we had an opportunity to save quite a bit of money and to buy over 2,000 of them. My idea is to try to get this on the elementary class desk of the elementary, or I'm saying that's the same thing. But the idea is to get it into the elementary schools and to make sure that every teacher who wants one has it on their desk. And then we also have some situations where students might have some special situations that they need it. And so at the time we were able to save quite a bit of money in buying these, plus the timeliness, hoping to get those here before the start of school. So with that, I'd ask the board to go ahead and approve the spending $68,950.
Really glad you found these and that they're local also.
Yeah, we were excited that we could get it local, and they can deliver.
And at a significant savings. So this is an action item.
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board approve the bid for 2,000 shields in the amount of $68,950.
It's Brent Hoffman, and I second the motion.
It's moved and seconded to purchase the 2,000 three-sided desk shields at the fees presented. Any final discussion? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, Mr.
Yes.
Boyle.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to action item 9.05, handbook updates. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, any handbook updates that had anything to do with activities will be removed. And other than that, we ask that you approve the handbook updates.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Busing for the activities, is that in there? I believe in the original Johnson County guidelines that it said it makes mention of no busing to activities.
If it has to do with activities at all or busing for activities, it'll be removed.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
you're talking about the high school handbook.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll already be removed. Yes.
Okay, so they will be able to use busing and, okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Candy, please collect the vote.
I don't have a motion.
We need to do it as an action item. We do need a motion.
It's Brent Hoffman, and I move that we approve the handbook changes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the handbook changes as presented. Final discussion time.
As presented and modified. I don't know that there was any activities in there. I didn't see them, but.
I'm sorry. Yes, we'll remove them.
Got it.
Any final questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
Start with Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to action item number 9.06, publication of notice of budget hearing. Final questions or comments?
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board approve the publication of the budget hearing notice.
Nels Anderson, I second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the publication of the notice of budget hearing. Final questions, discussion? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Moving on to discussion items in section 10. 10.01, bond construction updates. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, Tim Meek, are you on there?
I'm here.
All right, it's all yours.
Get my screen shared. All right. I'll try to make this quick for you. Not a lot of major changes since then. We do have a budget update coming up on this first slide. And be our budget contingency to future land purchase. The difference there is we've took the $10,000 we'd approved for the earnest money back when we took it out of for the Wolf Creek Estates area. And we'd never carried that over. So that earnest money is still sitting in an account, but it's not in our bond budget right now. If it comes back to us and we don't end up going through with a full purchase there, we'll be putting that back in, or we'll roll right over to another one. So that's one change. The other one that you'll notice is we've had the deductions to fund the entrance road project. That was the road leading in front of the new district admin center into our education support center. That was back approved on 7/15/19, and all the costs have come through on that. So we've pulled that out of that. So those are the two changes to the 2016 bond. 2018 bond, we've made changes to the individual project, the Dayton Creek Elementary School, the COVID-19 screening expenses, and we have those tracked in such a way that if we need to, Doug has those numbers to use those as well for reimbursement as well. So we ended up spending really close to the same thing because we basically did the same thing at two sites. So a little less than $200 difference. So $17,522 at Dayton Creek, Education Support Center, $17,332. So, and really that had to do with the fact that we had a couple of days that were a little bit different amount of times that they were using them. So had a pour that started at 4 o'clock in the morning at one site. So we had to have nurses there a little bit earlier to do that. So update on the Educational Support Center. Schedule's the same. Still planning to get in here in fall. Had a meeting today, and we're really hoping to be in there in November, early November, late October. Next milestone is to finish the corrective work. They should be starting on that the end of this week. The panels are supposed to be here Wednesday or Thursday, the new ones they ordered. We're also looking at a partial temporary certificate of occupancy for the front few offices there. that would allow, in case we need to spread some staff out or a contingency plan for COVID if we have to. We really may not be able, we may not need that, but if we have this partial temporary certificate of occupancy, we can do that. Plus some of the furniture that we've had to pull out of buildings where we were short on place to put them. We actually already put a little bit of that furniture in the warehouse there at the Education Support Center. We've told the city what we were doing, and they said that's fine as long as it's not really an occupied building, people working there. They let us go ahead with that. So successes there. The hotel restaurant supply did a phenomenal job on this job at getting everything really. The kitchen's ready to go. Schweitzer Brother Painting, you'll see the some of the painting they've done on one of the next slides. JR and Company, who is the company that's we're working through on the remediation work on the corrective work on the exterior panels. That's still a challenge, timing to get all the stuff in, but hopefully we're moving on with that starting at the end of this week. So safety report, 0 accidents, 0 lost time accidents for 272 days. There's just the Education Support Center site plan. I know somebody asked kind of how that layout was, and so we brought that back. The only thing you might see on that site plan is it's still showing the canopies that we decided not to purchase for $300 and some thousand back when we had that alternate. So a little bit of the front entryway there, reception wall, sunburst painting as you walk into the building. You'll see that with our district logo type deal there on the wall. Window sills installed on the front office areas and stuff. So those are pretty close to being ready for carpet. The rooftop unit platforms, the mechanical screening, countertop and casework is all installed in all of the areas that are not affected by the corrective action work. Ceiling tile is installed in all the areas that are under the HVAC right now. So that's pretty much it for Education Support Center. Dayton Creek Elementary School, construction began fall of 2019, fall of 2021. We'll have them in there for the start of school next year. Next milestones, they're going to continue brick. If you've looked at it from the highway as you drive around, you can see the gymnasium's completely brick, but if you can't really see the classroom wings and on the south side, they're almost completed. You'll start seeing it on the north side here from the highway as you drive down here in probably the next week. Continuing roofing on the whole project and begin install of the underground roof drains, some of the connecting all the site utilities starting this week. Challenge successes, overhead MEPs have been working great to get stuff in, and Doherty Steel has done a good job of getting us ready for all the roofing. The steel is just about finished. Perimeter utilities been a little bit of a challenge. When I say perimeter utilities, I'm talking electrical, gas, and stuff like that. We're working through that. We've got a plan in place, been in constant contact with the utilities, and so we've got electrical to the site, but the gas and water, they don't like to go in until the streets are done. So as soon as the streets are done, we'll be starting on them. So we've had a little bit of roofing delay here in the last couple of weeks because of weather. So they've slowed down, but kind of an unusual July, 1st of August to get this much rain and this many rain days. So safety report there, 0 accidents, 0 lost time accidents for 177 days. You can see the brick installation on the south pod area is pretty much done. Interior stud framing is going great guns in the center section of the building. Roof decking on the east side, and those are pretty well all done as of today. MAP is going in those same areas. So middle school number 3, still working on site acquisition, and Springfield District Admin Center. Scheduled construction begins winter 2020. Opening in spring of 2021. Complete the structural stud framing. Complete exterior masonry and roofing. Continue interior framing of the MEP, rough end. Temporary HVAC and permanent power is just almost all ready to go. So challenges and successes: 5-star masonry, success, structural studs, hard interior, been a success in getting ahead of stuff. Larkin, who is our waterproofing caulking person, they've been struggling with the weather, trying to get their stuff done on a day when it hasn't rained, and we're pretty much 100% on that right now. So the masons are going up on the large part of the 2-story part of the building right now. 141 days of no accidents, no lost time accidents on the admin center. So, view from 199th Street, you can, last month to the, really it's this month, you'd see a little bit more of that as you drive down 199th now. Just another view, the roof is actually completed. The top layers are on the roof and everything right now. The gravel's been placed as well. So no other information to share. I do have Mike on with Jay Dunn if we needed any questions, but I didn't have any questions you have.
Hey, Tim, this is Doug. What is the rework schedule on the Education Support Center?
Before you go into the schedule, I didn't get back in town in time for that, so I don't even know what's going on.
On the east side of, I'll talk first to Brent, thank you. The east side, the panels there, they had some problem in their flashing details. They had to tear off some panels. When they tear the panels off, they scratched them up. They're not a stock panel. So we had to get those panels made. There was pretty good lead time to get them made. And to make sure they all match, they have to take all the panels basically off the east side of the building. All of the corrugated type panels. There are some smooth panels that don't have to come off, but most of it on the east side is a corrugated type panel. So we were waiting for those to come in, and again, hopefully they're going to be here this week. And part of the problem with that is, in order to do this right, we had to also we were at a point where we were sheetrocking some areas. That sheetrock had to come off as well. Again, this is all being the cost for this is being taken care of by JR and company. The cost for all rework, all contractors, and all dollars associated with that is taken by them. Doug, for your schedule part of it, again, they're going to start on at the end of this week, Thursday. Hopefully, the panels are here, and we'll let them start tearing off the existing panels. Our plan is to have those panels within 1 month, have them all replaced, and so we can get back to interior finishes. We can work our way down because there's 3 different little pod areas. Within that, we're going to finish one. We're going to water test it, and then we can work our way down on that. So that's how we come with an end of October, 1st of November time frame at this point to occupy the building. So.
Doug, this is Phil. Just one other additional, the building is basically done except for this rework area. So as the deadline being end of October, 1st of November is kind of your rework time frame from now till then.
Yeah, thanks. We're able to access the building and use it for storage, and we're working on a partial temporary occupancy.
Yeah, we'll have access to part of the building, the warehouse and stuff like that. We'll have temporary access to that, and we're really trying not to do anything where we're going to bring in a lot of people in there. Obviously, we're not going to have our grounds people in there because that's a little different things. Number one, that would have them bringing tools and stuff like that. I don't like having an open construction site with our own personal tools or our own school tools and having access by contractors to that. We're asking for some partial trouble because that is a large open area, really not any way to restrict their access to it. So.
Good, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the update.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks.
Moving on to discussion item 10.02, opening days breakfast. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I had the unfortunate news to share with you that we're not going to be able to do the opening days breakfast. We're going to do a Zoom meeting and have people in the buildings and spread them out. We're just a little concerned about bringing 500 plus people, sticking them all in a closed in space and trying to do what we do at the beginning of the year every year. So I do want to point out that First Option Bank has said that they would buy donuts, and so we'll deliver those to each of the schools. And Doug, usually you do some kind of welcome, and we'll still go ahead and have it. We're just not going to be able to do it in person. And anybody that wants to be online with us, you're more than welcome to be online. We'll do a Zoom meeting. If we can get 500 people on there. I have to talk to Phil about it. He's over there cringing right now saying, you haven't talked to me about it. So, hey, Phil.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We'll make it happen.
Okay.
What's the date of that breakfast?
The 24th, I believe, Monday the 24th. I will make sure that I send you the information, and then we'll also make sure that you get a Zoom invite.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on, Kansas Association School Board policy changes. Dr. Burke?
You know, everybody loves this part of your job, so let's jump into AC, prohibition of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. This is a brand new policy, and I'm not going to try to read this whole thing to you, but there's probably 3 major areas that I want to cover with you. One of those is there has been change to Title IX across federally. And with that change, there's some requirements that we have to follow whenever we do any kind of investigation. So now basically any kind of sexual harassment is falling under sexual discrimination. Greg Goheen basically wrote this policy for us, and he gave us some great advice, because it's one of those things that if you investigate someone for sexual discrimination, there's certain steps that we have to follow. Well, if you're going to have someone that you're investigating for racial discrimination or any other kind of discrimination, you probably ought to follow all the same guidelines, because if not, then it could be discriminatory. So that's why Greg put all these together. So that's the first part. So we've taken all those policies on discrimination and created one big policy. The second part of this is the requirements. We have to have an investigator, and the investigator needs to be pretty much the same person unless we're investigating the investigator. So we would like the investigator to be Mrs. Hackney. She's in charge of HR, and we have complete faith in her. The second aspect of it is we have to have someone who is kind of and I don't remember, well, there it is. The word is compliance coordinator. This is the person that designates the investigators. They set everything up. The compliance coordinator cannot be the investigator. It's very clear that it has to be separate, cannot be the same people. And then the third part of this is you have to have decision makers. And this way it's set up as the compliance coordinator, the investigator cannot be the decision makers. And we've set this up that the decision makers would be either myself or the administrators. You know, if it's an issue with the custodian, it ought to be the director of facilities. If it's a an issue with a food service, it ought to be the director of nutrition. So it gives us some flexibility on how to do that. The third part of that is there is a very stringent procedure that has to be followed. And I know we normally don't put procedures in our policy, but because of the requirements from the state on the compliance coordinator, the investigator, and the decision makers, there's an incredible amount of steps that we have to follow in order to make sure that we have thoroughly investigated any kind of notice of discrimination. So those are the three primary main aspects of this policy. But again, you're not going to see a policy on sexual harassment and then another, or on sexual discrimination, another one on racial discrimination, another on age discrimination. Greg Goheen has taken all of these and made one policy. So with AC, do you have any questions? I know this is incredibly long, and if I tried to read this, we'd be here all night.
Let's move forward to GAAP, Dr. Burke.
So for policy GAAP, this has specifically to do with the complaints of discrimination. And complaint of discrimination, because there's been changes to Title IX, Greg felt like we needed to update our policy. We just recently updated, I believe, GAA, but we hadn't done GAAP. One of the things that we do not have in here is anything about ethnicity. And on our other policy, we did add the word gender to sex. Greg recommends that we go beyond just put sex, gender, and to put the parentheses to include orientation, identity, or expression. And basically it's saying that we're committed to maintain a working learning environment free from discrimination, insult, intimidation, or harassment due to any of these areas. And again, the same information shows up in the second phase. Are there any concerns with the wording? Because basically we're saying that we do not allow these and that we do not allow this to happen, and these are prohibited by law.
Any questions on GAAP? Move forward.
I believe GAAC is we're just getting rid of that policy because it is covered in AC. I believe that GAACA is just being removed. If I remember right, it's just being removed. Again, it is covered in AC. JGEC and JGECA are also being removed. Again, because they're covered by AC. And last but not least is KN, and that is the complaints. Because of the procedure, and you may have to scroll down, Phil, because of the procedure that's in AC, we felt like we needed to get rid of the old KN policy. And normally what Candy does a great job of going in, taking the policy, cutting it and pasting it and all that. Greg just basically cut the old policy and then put in a new one. So if you keep scrolling down, we should get to the red. So other than the first paragraph at the top, everything else is within there. We'll need to get rid of GAACA at the top and GAAB. But KN is anybody that has a complaint. It basically tells you what the complaints are, what steps that need to be taken, who to contact, and then the procedure that will follow. And I believe this is very, very intensive on all the information in here. I mean, it talks about reporting responsibility. It talks about the steps that are taken. There's a timeline on how we have to get back to the person that has a complaint. There's also trying to provide for confidentiality during the investigation. And again, provide for confidentiality does not guarantee it, just we have to try our best. And then there's some section in there about if someone falsely makes complaints, and then policy, or not policies, but procedures and everything that follows within that. Again, there was some of this that is kind of overlap with the other one, but Greg felt it was just cleaner just to cut out the old one and put the new one in.
I don't know how he writes those. I can barely read it without going crazy.
Well, the one thing I can tell you is Michelle is, whenever she's provided with a complaint, it's pretty written out what she's supposed to do, the timeline that she's supposed to follow, the contacts that she's supposed to make, and it's pretty precise in there. And that's it for policies. But AC, I would encourage you to really spend some time looking at AC or KN. And then if there's anything that you have concerns with, just reach out to me. Like I said, Greg spent a lot of time. He and I went over this 2 different times, but it's never going to hurt to have another set of eyes or multiple sets of eyes on this.
Very good. Any initial questions for Dr. Burke on policies? Okay, moving on to board self-evaluation. I have a draft of what we did last year. I will send it out to I'll send it to Candy, and Candy can send it out. Do you have that, Candy? I'll send it to Candy, and I'll send it out to or Candy will send it out to the board. What I'd like you to do, the action is really about reviewing it, see if we want to stay with the same questions, see if we want to modify it. And by our next board meeting, let's have any edits, and then we'll complete it during the following 2 weeks. So Candy will send the board the board self-evaluation, and then we'll give you 2 weeks to review it, provide comments, and then another 2 weeks to complete it. Any questions on that? Let's think about how we evaluate ourselves. So, okay, very good. Moving on to informal discussion or presentations. This is a new agenda item. It says in 11 or informal discussion.
I think we were supposed to take that out, so we can move over to the list.
This is an informal discussion for future meetings from board members. Any additions to this list? We may need to refocus on the agenda and the actions that we're working through.
Mr. Anderson, you have an item on here for Mr. Meek to present a diagram.
Yes.
Can I eliminate that now?
No, I saw some pictures.
What would you like further?
I just wanted to see the floor plan and what all's in the building, because I get asked questions here and there.
Okay, I'll get with Mr. Meek to do that.
And we can send that to you. We'll send it to the
that's
whole
fine.
board.
It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily have to be a full discussion.
I'll get that to you, Nels. I understood you wanted to see the site plan. That's why it included the.
Maybe just send them both, and it's just an informal thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as far as I'll send the building plan out to the board. I don't like to publish them on for everybody to see on any of my floor plans. So I don't want the wrong people to use them. Let's put it that way.
Understand.
So, yeah, I'll send that out to Dr. Burke, and he can get them to you. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on to the board work calendar.
I think we're right where we need to be. The big thing that is always a big concern to us is the budget. And Doug has done a great job of working on that. We'll get that ready to go for the next board meeting. Remember, we do open that up for public comment, and we have to have some time set aside for that. And then we'll move on into the regular board meeting. But the budget hearing is really the kind of the biggest thing that we do. Later in the month, we'll do the IDEA assurance. If you remember, we did that in the spring, but we really can't do it at the what is that? The organizational meeting. So we'll make sure that we get that to you.
Okay, so we're on target.
Probably at the next board meeting, we need to start talking about setting up the board retreat and figuring out when your schedules will work, that we can all get together on a Saturday and have another retreat.
Are they
Katie's always,
going to still have the Teacher of the Year banquet, or have they talked about that?
it's going to be virtual. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I just said that completely wrong. They are rolling that over, that anybody that was Teacher of the Year will go into the next year. Isn't that right, Michelle? Originally, there was an email about going virtual, and then they said they're just going to roll it over.
That's unfortunate for the teachers that were nominated this year. They should be based on what they did this past year.
Agree.
Not have double the amount to work with, to compete against.
Yeah, given with the extra challenges that they'll have. Any other comments on the August board work calendar? Moving on to committee reports. Any committee reports? All right, moving on to superintendent report. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, two quick things. First of all, with the activities, we will follow the county and state recommendations. And when I talk about county, I'm not talking about the gating criteria. I'm talking about the county requirements if it has to do with mask or anything that's separate from the gating. So I don't know if the county has too many requirements, but we'll be checking with them, and then we'll follow the state requirements from, I just went blank on the governor's name. If there's any other recommendations the board would like for us to have when it comes to the activities, please, what you can do is share it with me. I'll put it together and then I'll share it with the whole board. So,
did Keisha have any requirements that we need to follow? That I know that they kind of just left it up to every district to do what they needed to do, but and supported having activities.
We'll
did
follow
they
up.
have any?
Yeah, you know, I saw that what was sent out by them. There's really no regulations of what you can't do, and I mean, to me, we're in good shape to start on the 17th. I believe within the fourth day we can start going full pads. There was a discussion about mask. I like the idea of having the shield, but I don't think the governor has a caveat in there that if you can't do it, if you can't participate safely, then you don't have to wear a mask. So I will check that again, but I don't know that our football players would have to wear a mask when they're competing. Now, the kids on the sideline may have to wear a mask until they go in, but we'll check on that.
So I think that was just an option for parents. He put it out there if they wanted to have the extra protection on their helmets, that they could purchase it. So it's not something being purchased by the school, or it's just for their own preference.
That's good to know. That's a good idea. And then again, you know, I don't know that you can run cross country wearing a mask. I don't know when you're competing tennis, you can wear a mask. So we'll have to look at that.
I think it's important to look at the CDC criteria too. I mean, within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes, typically, like if you're playing tennis, you're certainly much farther away than 6 feet from your opponent, even your partner. So, but
it's good for boards to disagree and to have really good conversations. But I'm going to encourage everybody to remember these are just disagreements. Let's not take it personal. Especially don't take it personal on the superintendent. So you're all wonderful people. You all have the best interest of our kids at heart. I truly feel that way. And so just want to make sure that when I talk to my administration, I always talk about fighting like cats. I mean, I've never owned cats, but I've seen cats. They make a lot of noise, but you don't see any real damage. And so a good, healthy discussion tonight. We made a decision. We're moving forward. I just want to make sure that we don't take it personal and move on, especially with the superintendent.
Wayne, I want to add into that I'll speak for myself personally, but I have just absolute and complete unwavering confidence in our administration, our teachers, our staff to execute flawlessly. Absolute, complete, 100% confidence that will happen. You said it earlier, you'll make it happen one way or another, regardless of the decision. I hope everyone hears that knowing the passion that our students have for education, and that comes from the teachers, comes from the administration, comes from our staff. And so we're very fortunate that we have that in our district. But know that regardless of the outcome, regardless of the discussion that we have, I have an absolute, complete 100% confidence in everyone within this district that they'll keep safety of students during the academic portion of their education experience here as held paramount.
Thank you very much.
Anything else on superintendent reports? We do need an executive session this evening.
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board go into executive session to discuss potential properties for a new site for school pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under COMA. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 10:17 and resume at this place no later than 10:30.
Second, this is Eric.
It's moved and seconded to move to discussion or move to executive session for the primary purpose of the acquisition of real property. Candy, please collect the vote.
Begin the vote with Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealy,
yes.
approved.
You've returned to live.
We're now back in session. Our final agenda item for this evening is adjournment.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adjourn. Candy, collect the vote.
Okay. Mrs. Sealing? Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt? Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell? Approved. We're done.
Good. Thank you, everyone.